Everyone, I am Auntie Danielle, and today we will be reviewing CSEC biology. Our first topic that we will be reviewing is photosynthesis. Alright, so now we'll get into our past papers. So the first question, as we can see, says to define the term photosynthesis. Now, when we're defining the term photosynthesis, we're looking for some key terminology to be used. And a sample definition for photosynthesis could be the process by which plants or algae or even some bacteria uses simple inorganic molecules, which is our carbon dioxide and water, in the presence of chlorophyll and sunlight to produce our organic molecules, which is our glucose and oxygen. It's very important not to forget that, yes, our carbon dioxide and our water is our raw materials, but don't forget that this process of photosynthesis is done in the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll. Now, the next question asks us to write a balanced chemical equation for the process of photosynthesis. Before we get to the equation, we realize it's worth 2 marks, which means you will be writing out the equation and you will also be balancing the equation. So at this time, we will now bring up our chemical equation for photosynthesis. All right. So by this time, we will see our equation on the screen, and we will see that we will have 6 molecules of carbon dioxide with 6 molecules of water. We will see an arrow. We normally have our arrow, all right, indicated, and we normally indicate our sunlight over our chlorophyll. And then we will produce our glucose, which is C6H12O6, and we will also have 6 molecules of oxygen being produced as a byproduct. All right, at this time, we'll now move on to our other question, or the remainder of our question. So it says to describe the movement of water from the soil to the photosynthetic cells of the plant. Before we answer this question, we have to talk about what is the photosynthetic cells of the plant. This beautiful terminology, it's just highlighting to you this is where photosynthesis would take place. And normally our photosynthetic cells of the plant is our leaves. So we wanted to describe the movement of the water molecules from the soil to the leaves of the plant, which means that first we're going to start off with the process of osmosis. Now, I know from a long time we would all have learned the definition of osmosis, which is when we have our water molecules moving from an area of high water concentration or high water potential to an area of low water concentration across a semi-permeable membrane. So in the case of what they're asking us, we'll have the water molecules moving from an area of high water concentration, which would be in the soil surrounding the root, to an area of lower water concentration, which is inside the root hair cells. All right? The root hair cell itself is acting like the semi-permeable membrane. Now, this movement of water into the root hair cell will create a gradient which allows the water to move from the root hair cell through the other types of cell like our cortex, endodermal cell, all the way until we reach to our vascular bundle in our root, where we'll have our xylem and our phloem. Normally, we would have root pressure taking place at this point, where we essentially have like, because of the accumulation of water, we have like a push of the water into the stem. Now, the next process we're going to really define, or the question wanted to define or talk about, is your capillarity, which has in your cohesive and your adhesive forces. Your cohesive forces is talking about when your water molecules will be sticking to each other while your adhesive forces will be talking about when your water molecules stick to the surface or to the walls of the xylem vessel. Both of these forces work together to help the water molecules to actually climb up the xylem wall, where you will have some water molecules sticking to the wall of the xylem, while you have some water molecules are sticking to the other water molecules. All right? This helps it to actually climb up the wall of the xylem. Now, to continue talking about the movement of the water to our photosynthetic cells, we will talk about transpiration, which involves the evaporation of our water molecule from the leaves of our plant. And to talk about transpiration, we have to talk about our transpiration pull. Now, when we're talking about transpiration pull, we normally talk about the arrangement of our water molecules, where we like to say that each water molecule is essentially connected to another water molecule, where most time when I'm explaining it, I talk about the fact that we have our pearls like connected to each other, like in a bracelet or in a necklace. Now, when we have transpiration taking place where one water molecule is essentially evaporating, it pulls on the other water molecule that it was attached to, which helps to bring it from the stem into the leaves of the plant. Now, the next question is asking you to distinguish between the role of your intercellular airspace and that of your stomatal pore in your leaf in the process of photosynthesis. Now, we all know about our stomata, which is what they're calling the stomatal pore. Your stomata and your intercellular airspace is essentially helping with the process of gaseous exchange. Your stomata is acting like an entry point for carbon dioxide to diffuse into your leaf and an exit point for your oxygen to diffuse out of your leaf. While your intercellular air spaces tend to be found in your spongy mesophyll layer of your cells, and what it does is act as a gaseous exchange surface area, which helps to increase the rate of gaseous exchange. Okay? Now, the next part of the question is saying, explain why the rate of photosynthesis decreases on a very hot day. Now, when we're talking about photosynthesis, we know that there are different factors that can affect the rate of photosynthesis. And typically, when we're thinking of like something limiting the process of photosynthesis, we talk about our carbon dioxide concentration. And that's because we're typically or normally looking at light intensity. But the question itself says photosynthesis decreases on a very hot day, which is indicating to you that temperature would be the main focus or the main factor it is viewing or focusing on for this question. Now, your normal temperature range or approximate temperature range would be between 35 degrees Celsius to 37 degrees Celsius. On a very hot day, the temperature tends to go above this particular temperature range, which means now that while the temperature will increase once it gets to that maximum or optimum temperature for the enzymes in the leaf, above that optimum temperature, the enzymes will start to denature, and this will decrease the process of photosynthesis. The next part of the question is saying, state one role of chlorophyll in photosynthesis. The main role of chlorophyll in photosynthesis is to absorb our light energy so that this light energy can be used to make food. And it's also used for the splitting of water, but the main role of chlorophyll is to absorb the light energy to make food in the process of photosynthesis. All right, so the last part of our first question says, outline 2 ways in which photosynthesis is important to living things. Now, the 2 things that we'll be focusing on is stability of ecosystems, that's food chains, and the production of oxygen / reduction of carbon dioxide. Now, for our stability of our ecosystem / food chains, we know that our photosynthetic organisms would normally be our plants, which are our autotrophs or our producers when we're talking about our food chains. And we know that directly and indirectly, all food comes from our producers. So when our producers take this light energy from the sun and carry out the process of photosynthesis, they will not just be providing food for themselves, but they will also be providing food for other organisms. And when these other organisms are able to eat the food, they can use it for their different metabolic activities, and so that we can have a thriving ecosystem to maintain interpersonal relationship and codependence. If it is that we have our producers or photosynthesis not taking place, then we essentially will have the collapse of our ecosystem. The other point, or the other way photosynthesis is important, as we said, is for the production of carbon dioxide and the production of oxygen and the reduction of carbon dioxide. Now, when photosynthesis takes place, carbon dioxide is normally removed from the atmosphere for the process of photosynthesis. This removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere will help to reduce the level of carbon dioxide that is present in the atmosphere, which helps essentially with maintaining the amount of the carbon dioxide level, which helps with maintaining our greenhouse gases for the greenhouse effect. When we focus on the production of oxygen, we know that different organisms, like humans, use oxygen to carry out respiration. And we know that these organisms, by the process of respiration, will produce cellular energy so that we can actually thrive and carry out our different metabolic activities. So those are two ways in which photosynthesis is important. All right, we will now be moving on to the next topic, where we have enzymes and digestion. All right, so for our enzyme and digestion question, the first thing we see the stem of the question, where it is asking the students to investigate the effect of temperature on the rate of reaction for the enzyme catalase. They say that the students will be using crushed potatoes as the source for the enzyme, and they will be placing 5 milligrams of each in 7 test tubes. They are asking them to add 3 centimeters cube of 1% hydrogen peroxide to each test tube and to place them into water baths kept at the specific temperatures listed: 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60 degrees Celsius. Then the students would have been counting the number of bubbles released per minute from each test tube, and they would have recorded the data in the table that we are seeing on screen. Now, the first part of the question is going to ask you to plot a graph with the graph paper or grid provided in your booklet. At this point, we will bring up the graph that we would have plotted based on the data that we are being given. Now, it's a 4 marks question, which means that, as you can see on the graph on screen, there are certain things that you should have on your graph. You should have your title, which we know should be in capital letters and underlined, and it should be a self-explanatory title. Our title says graph showing the number of oxygen bubbles per minute against temperature. You should also have your axis labeled, where you will have your y-axis showing the number of oxygen bubbles per minute, and your x-axis showing the temperature and the unit listed in Celsius. You should also have your scale present on the graph, as you can see at the bottom of our graph, where we have on the y-axis 1 centimeters to 1 unit, while on the x-axis 2 centimeters to 10 units. And then you would correctly plot the data which have been given to you in the table provided. Now, before we move on, the second step of the question is asking you to use this same graph to determine what would be the optimum temperature for the enzyme. Now, based on the shape of the graph that you're seeing, you would be able to identify that the optimum temperature would be 40 degrees Celsius, which would have been essentially the peak of the graph or the highest point of the graph, where the most number of oxygen bubbles were released. Now, the next question is asking about the shape of the graph. So there are different stages that it's asking you to describe the shape of the graph. The first stage would have been 0 to 10 degrees Celsius, which essentially would have been the initial shape of the graph. All right? Now, I should highlight that this question is 6 marks, which means that it's 2 marks per section or shape that is identified. Now, for the 0 to 10 degrees Celsius, you would have had a slow rate of reaction, meaning that the collision speed between our substrates and our enzyme would have been low because the temperature would have been low, which means the kinetic energy of these molecules would also have been low. All right? Then we'd have moved on to the other part of the graph, which is 11 to 40 degrees Celsius. Now, we would have had the temperature increasing, which tells us that the rate of collision has also increased or will be increasing as well, because there will be a lot more kinetic energy being supplied or being given to the different molecules. So they will be colliding a lot more with each other. Now, your graph should be increasing or would have been increasing until you reach the 40 degrees Celsius, which we had identified previously as our optimum temperature, which means at that point we would have had maximum rates of collisions, because that would have been the optimum temperature of the enzymes where it works the fastest, or we have the most bubbles being produced. Now, the last part of the question is asking you about the last shape of the graph, which is above 40 degrees Celsius, which would be 40 to 60 degrees Celsius based on the data that we were given. Now, we would have realized that we saw a decline in the graph, or a drop in the amount of bubbles produced. This is because even though the temperature is increasing, what we do know also happen is that the temperature affects the enzymes, specifically the active site of the enzymes, and a process that we know to be called denaturing takes place. And denaturing simply means that the active site of the enzyme would have started to change shape, which means the substrate could no longer fit into the active site. And since the substrate can no longer fit into it, our rate of reaction would start to slow down. Now, they will ask you to summarize essentially those main points in this particular question. Now, the last part of it is saying, write a conclusion that the students could draw from the results. All right? A simple conclusion could be that the increase in temperature increases the rate of photosynthesis up to the optimum temperature, where the reaction takes place the fastest. Past your optimum temperature, your rate of reaction will slow down as your enzymes start to denature. All right, now we're moving on to the other parts of our question. We're still on enzymes, and it says, state one reason why living organisms need to maintain a constant internal temperature. Now, this question is asking you to think back about why enzymes are actually important. Now, as we said before, enzymes are biological catalysts, which means that all of us have enzymes present within us. Now, the reason why we have enzymes, we know, is because the processes in our body naturally takes place too slow, all right, to maintain life. So if we did not have enzymes present within us, then the processes would not take fast enough for us to maintain life, and we will all, unfortunately, pass away. Now, enzyme help us to speed up this rate of reaction, right, to carry out different metabolic processes. So one reason why organisms need to maintain a constant internal temperature is tied to enzymes speeding up reaction and also to their optimum temperature. So as the graph showed us, each enzyme has their optimum temperature, and if it is that our internal temperature goes above a particular temperature, this can affect the optimum temperature for a lot of enzymes and cause them to become denatured, which will result in a slowing of your different metabolic processes. Now, what are two precautions that the students could or should take when doing this experiment? So there are two things to highlight, or we should have realized from the question. One was that they were given their potato samples to crush. So one precaution would have been to crush the potato in a uniform manner, or ensure that there was uniform crushing of the potato, because crushing the potato helps to increase the surface area, and you do not want an ununiform crushing of the potato where some or a particular section or some potatoes in certain test tube are crushed uniformly, evenly, and there's a large surface area, where others were not crushed uniformly and it has a smaller surface area, so the reaction will be different because of that error. Another precaution was that they said that the different water baths were kept at a constant temperature. So the students would have had to be maintaining or watching the different thermometers which would have been included in the apparatus setup to maintain that particular temperature. So they would have been watching those thermometers to ensure that it doesn't go above or below that constant temperature that they should have been maintained. All right, now it's asking you, how could you have modified this experiment to investigate the effects of pH on enzyme activity, which is normally a common question, or is normally a common lab report that they would like you to do, where you investigate the effect of temperature and investigate the effect of pH on enzyme activity. So you could have modified the experiment by keeping the temperature constant, since the experiment before would have highlighted that 40 degrees Celsius is the optimum temperature for your potato catalase. You could have kept it at that constant 40 degrees Celsius, and then you would have had 4 test tubes of that potato sample, and each test tube would have been given a different pH. So instead of you alternating the temperatures, you are now alternating the pH, and that will help you to investigate if pH has an effect on enzyme activity. B asks us, name 2 enzymes that function in protein digestion and describe the role of each. All right, so 2 enzymes that function in protein digestion, we have pepsin, which we know is supposed to be breaking down our large polypeptides found in, our large proteins into our polypeptides, and it's found in our stomach. And then we have our trypsin, which is found in our small intestine, and it is normally secreted by our pancreas, and it continues to work on the protein, but what it does is that it breaks down the protein into smaller peptides. Now, the question naturally moves to talk about digestion. So it says, before food can be chemically digested by enzymes, it must first be mechanically broken down in the alimentary canal. So it says, name 2 parts of the alimentary canal that are responsible for the mechanical digestion of food. So 2 locations that we have is our mouth, and the structure in our mouth which helps with mechanical digestion would be our teeth, and then the other location would be our stomach, while the structure in our stomach which helps with mechanical digestion will be the walls of the stomach, which helps with the churning process. Then it's asked us to give 2 reasons why mechanical digestion of food is important. The first reason has to do with when we are eating and about to swallow our food, where we help to break up our large food into smaller pieces that can be easily digested. All right, as well, the teeth helps with breaking the food into smaller pieces, while our saliva and our tongue helps with softening and moistening our food to roll it into a ball so that we can easily swallow. And then the other importance of mechanical digestion is to help to increase the surface area for when chemical digestion is going to take place, so we can efficiently or effectively break down our complex food molecules. All right, and this is the last question, or the last part of the question on the enzymes, where we're going to explain the significance of chemical digestion of food. Now, apart from our foods just being larger in structure, they also are composed of complex molecules. And chemical digestion helps us to move our complex molecules, or to convert our complex molecules into easier, more absorbable, simple molecules. So the main purpose of chemical digestion, as I stated, is to convert from your large complex molecules into your smaller, easily absorbable molecules that our body can actually use. All right, so at this time we will start talking about genetics and inheritance. All right, so we're going to start talking off about anemia. All right, so it says, well, A says state 2 causes of anemia and describe 2 signs/symptoms of this disease. All right, now anemia can be caused by inherited red blood cell disorder. All right, which would be like a genetic mutation to your red blood cell, which changes the shape of your red blood cell. Another cause of anemia is deficiency, where you can have iron deficiency anemia. You can have pernicious anemia, which has to do with B12 deficiency, and you can also have a folate deficiency to cause anemia. And then you have your gynecological reasons why you can have anemia, which means that there are certain females that have a heavy menstrual cycle, which can result in them having anemia as a result or as a byproduct. Now, your signs and symptoms of anemia, you have dizziness, headaches, fatigue, you will have pale skin, and you often have cold hands or feet. All right, so the next part, or B, says sickle cell anemia is caused by the presence of a recessive allele. Persons who are heterozygous and carry the sickle cell anemia are more resistant to a type of severe anemia than persons who are homozygous for the normal hemoglobin allele. Now, I asked us to state what is meant by each of the following terms: homozygous and heterozygous. Homozygous means that the person or the gene tends to have 2 identical alleles, 2 alleles that are the same. Or heterozygous tells you that the gene will have 2 alleles which are different. Normally you have a dominant and a recessive allele. Now the next question is asking us to actually draw our Punnett square. All right, so it says, with the aid of a genetic diagram, draw how a man and a woman who do not have sickle cell anemia can have a child who has the disease. Now it's a 6 marks question, which means that it's going to ask you to have the genotype of the parent. All right, you're going to have to indicate the genotype of the mother, the genotype of the father. You're going to have to indicate or draw a Punnett square and fill in the data or the possibility of the offspring. And then you're going to have to write the results that you could possibly get. I need a table. The table. Oh, hold on. Let's bring the cursor. Totally forgot about this question. All right. Okay, so first we're going to write the different symbols and what they mean. So for this question, we're using S. So we'll use capital S to indicate that the person has a normal red blood cell or normal shaped red blood cell. And then we'll have a common S to indicate that they have a sickled shaped red blood cell. So since the question asks you how it is that a parent who the mother and the father do not have the disorder, but they are able to have a child with the disorder, this is indicating to us that the parents would be carrier of the gene. So we would write the mother's genotype and the father's genotype. And then we'll now draw up our Punnett square. All right, so we'll write our father's allele at the top and our mother's allele to the side. Now, all we're going to be doing in this section where we are writing the possibilities of offspring is to just essentially organize the alleles. So we have a capital S from the father and a capital S from the mother. So we will write both of them right here. We have a common S from the father and a capital S from the mother. We have a capital S from the father and a common S from the mother. And then we have a common S from the father and a common S from the mother. All right, so now the last step of it is to write what our probability for the offspring is. So we have it represented here genetically, but we have to write it out for the persons who would be marking the examination. So each box is supposed to indicate a quarter, which is essentially 25% out of 100. So for our capital S, parents who are carrier for the disease has a 25% chance of having a child who has normal, a child who has a regular shaped red blood cell. Since we are seeing heterozygous, meaning a capital S and a common S in two different squares, we would have our two 25% adding together to give us 50%. So the parents who are carriers have a 50% chance of getting a child who is a carrier for the sickle cell trait. And then we realize in 1/4, we actually have 2 common S's. So the parents will actually have a 25% chance of having a child who has sickle cell anemia. All right, so the question is essentially asking you to do all of this where you identify what letters or what symbols you are going to be using, highlight the parent's genotype, work out they said a graphical device or a diagram, which will be your Punnett square, work it out, and then tell them what is the meaning of the possibility or the probability of offspring that you have. Okay, so at this time we'll continue where the last part of the question says, explain why the sickle cell allele is more common in the population in countries where the severe form of malaria is present. All right, so essentially when you're learning this topic, they normally like to use sickle cell anemia as an example, and they tend to show you data which shows that sickle cell anemia is actually more prevalent in countries, well, in African countries or in persons of African descent. All right? Now, the reason for this is because malaria is also present in those countries. Now, what scientists have found is that we do know our sickle cell anemia is a genetic mutation or as a result of a genetic mutation. They realize that persons who are carriers for the sickle cell allele are more resistant to developing or actually getting the severe form of malaria. All right, so as we know about selection pressure or variation or about natural selection is that whenever there is an advantageous gene present within a population, the likelihood of that gene being present increases because it will be passed down more frequently from mother to child. All right? Now, since sickle cell anemia gives this advantageous edge to persons who are living in countries who has a severe form of malaria present, you tend to see a higher percentage of it in the population. So you will see parents who are carriers for that disease or for that trait. And when these parents are carriers for that trait and they copulate together, they tend to have, as you saw on the board, a chance of having a 50% chance of having a child who's a carrier. Or if they do have that 25% chance of having a child who has a sickle cell trait, that child tends to copulate with someone else, which results in them making a child who is a carrier for the trait. So it's rooted in the fact that the sickle cell trait gives a genetic advantage where you're more resistant to malaria. And as a result, since it's viewed as advantageous, it's found more frequently in the population. So the next topic that we're going to be moving on to is movement. And we know that movement, we have movement in animals and we have movement in plants. All right? Now, we'll be looking at our question which says, in an experiment, some students put corn seeds into each of 2 test tubes labeled A and B as shown in the figure on screen. Now, it says write a suitable aim for this experiment. Now, in order to write this aim, you would have to look very carefully at the image. So we realize essentially that the two test tubes seem to be similar. The plug or the stopper for both test tubes are similar. Both of them have moist cotton wool, and the only difference that we can see is the temperature for each test tube. So a suitable aim for this experiment is to investigate if temperature affects the rate of germination in seeds. Okay? All right, now it says in which of the test tubes, A or B, would germination more likely occur? And it says give one reason for your answer. Now, in order to answer this question, you would have to go back or try to recollect your knowledge of enzymes, which we did previously. Now, remember when we were talking about enzymes, we said that you would have optimum temperatures for different enzymes where they work the best at. Now, that is the basis on which this question, or you will get the answer for this question. So I'm going to just go back to the figure that was on screen where we saw 20 degrees Celsius and 10 degrees Celsius. Now, we would be choosing test tube A to indicate where we think germination would likely occur. And this is because there is an increase in temperature and it's closer to the room temperature where we know enzymes work the best. All right? So at 20 degrees Celsius, we would expect that there would be more enzymes being active and actually breaking things down to allow the plant or the seed to germinate and start to grow. So it says state two roles that moisture from the cottonwood plays in the process of germination. So this question essentially is based in your knowledge or what you would remember about talking or defining or identifying the different parts of a seed and their function or their role. So we know that for our seeds, our dicotyledonous seeds, we have two cotyledons. When we have our little pea seeds on our red beans that we like to make rice and peas with, all right, if we happen to soak them and some of them split, we see two little white things, all right, those are our cotyledons. So in those cotyledons are dehydrated enzymes. So the moisture from the cotton wool is essentially activating the enzymes in those seeds or in those cotyledons, which will allow a lot of metabolic processes to take place to make the seed grow. Another role is to help with the softening of the tessa, which is a seed coat, meaning like when you're going to put your peas to soak, those little red coating on your red peas, those are the tessa. So it helps with softening the seed coat, which allows when germination has occurred and the plant is growing, the radicle or what is going to be the root system of the plant is able to easily penetrate the seed coat to actually anchor the seedling in the ground. So those are the two main reasons or the two main roles of moisture in our cotton wool. Now, on screen, you're seeing another figure, which is another little experiment that was set up. And it asks you what type of movement is shown by the plant in figure 2. Now, we know that plants have two types of movement. They can have nastic movements or they can have tropism. And we know an example of nastic movement is, as we Jamaicans, a plant that we Jamaicans know, which would be shame old lady or touch me not, when you touch them and they immediately close. All right, that is an example of nastic movement, meaning it's reversible. And then we have tropism, which is where your plants will be growing towards a particular stimulus. So the type of movement that we're seeing on screen is tropism and the stimulus is light. So to be even more specific, we are seeing phototropism on screen. The next question says, state a hypothesis that the students could test by using the apparatus and materials shown in figure 2. Now we know that our hypothesis, I'm going to go back to the figure, or to figure 2, where we saw the apparatus and materials that were set up. All right? Now, we know that our hypothesis is supposed to essentially be an educated guess based on the information that we have or the knowledge that we would have had. So our hypothesis could be that our light source will affect the direction that our plants will grow, or our light source will cause our plants to grow towards, or our plants will grow towards our light source. All right? It says the students want the seedling to grow towards the ceiling. Suggest how they could manipulate the apparatus to get this results. So once again, I'm going to go back to the figure. So we see that in the figure, there is a hole cut on the right side of the box where the lamp is. If it is that the students want the seeds or the seedlings to actually grow towards the ceiling, what they will have to do is that they will have to close up first the hole that is towards the right side of the box. They will have to cut a hole on top of the box directly above the plant, and then they would actually have to move the desk lamp or the light source to be placed above that hole, and that will stimulate or encourage the plant to grow towards the lamp. All right, then we're going to move on to cells. Right? So this is a topic that we would have been introduced to from grade 7, and we keep revisiting multiple times, or we would have learned about it at different journeys along our life. All right? So it's showing you a typical plant cell or an animal cell, and it's identifying certain structures and asking you to name them. Now we have the first structure named, which is A, or identified, which is A, and we realize that this structure is found in both the plant and the animal cell, and since it is identified as the outer layer, the outer lining for your animal cell, we know that this is our cell membrane. Then we have B, which we see is only found in the plant cell, and it is before the outer layer of the cell membrane, so we can identify this as our cell wall. Then we see C, that is found in both cells, and we would identify this as our cytoplasm. Then we have D, and based on the structure identified in the plant cell where it's large and it takes up majority of the plant cell, we know that this will be our vacuole, and we know that our animal cells tend to have small temporary vacuoles, while our plant cell has large permanent vacuoles. So the next question says, state the function of any 3 of the structures identified in AI above. So I'm going to go back to the image on screen, or to the plant cells, the plants and animal cells, and we're going to just state the function of all 4 of these structures. So first we have our cell membrane, which is A, and we know that our cell membrane by design or by structure is supposed to be selectively permeable, which means it only allows certain substance to enter the cell. So the main purpose or the main role of your cell membrane is essentially to act as a filter or as a guard, which only allows in certain substances based on its composition or charge into the cell. Then we have B, which is our cell wall, where we will have it helping with the structure or the shape of the cell to give it that fixed shape. And it also helps with preventing the cell from bursting. All right? The next thing we have is our cytoplasm. Now, our cytoplasm is a jelly-like structure where we will have our organelles found within. So it essentially holds the different organelles in the cell, and it also has different enzymes found within it, which helps to carry out different metabolic processes. The last thing we have is our vacuole, which acts as a storage unit essentially, where it either stores water, it can store different food, and it can also help with temporarily storing your waste product. All right, then we have another question which tells us a student collected 2 specimens, A and B, from a seashore during her biology field trip. She used a microscope to determine which structures were present in the specimens and found that specimen A contained more mitochondria than specimen B. Suggest 2 reasons why specimen A had more mitochondria than specimen B. All right, so the 2 reasons that we have is high energy demand for its function and metabolic activity and synthesis. So for your high energy demand for its function, the cells would normally be performing more physical demanding work, which means that they need a lot of energy to essentially function or to carry out their different activities, which will mean that they need to have a lot of mitochondria, since we know that mitochondria is where respiration would have taken place to produce our cellular energy, ATP. The other reason is metabolic activity and synthesis. All right, so you have certain cells or cell processes that produces, or you have certain cells that process a large quantity of nutrients, or they normally synthesize or make complex molecules. And since they are carrying out these different processes, they also have high energy demands or needs. And as a result, they will have more mitochondria present within their structure to carry out or to do these different activities. All right, so the last part of our cell question says, using 2 named examples, explain why cell specialization is important for cells to function effectively. So 2 reasons are 2 important is for efficiency and division of labor, which is something that we normally know or we tend to think of. And the second one is for greater complexity and organism survival. Now, for your efficiency and division of labor, if it is that we did not have cell specialization, then we would have all of the different cells in our body carrying out all of the different activities, and this will result in these cells taking a lot of time to do these different processes and to also do them poorly. So cell specialization actually allows the cells to develop certain unique structures that will allow them to carry out their job a lot more efficiently as they are focused on that particular task. So they're doing it extremely well. And an example of that is our red blood cells, where they shape for oxygen, the shape for a red blood cell, where it actually lacks a nucleus so that it can carry a lot more oxygen present or within its molecule. Then the other one is the greater complexity and organism survival. All right, so this division of labor enables the creation of our tissues and our organs to work together to actually be able to allow the organisms to grow larger and carry out more complex actions and adapt to different or diverse environments, where we'll have our different, like our tissues, our muscle tissues, we'll have our organs being produced like our heart, all right, which all helps with working together, working with the lungs to be able to carry out different processes so that we can actually be able to survive in adverse or different environments. All right, so our next topic is classification and variation. So on screen, we're seeing a figure, or figure 3, right, which is, it is supposed to be showing the different breakdown of living organisms with the different types, also with some different features or examples present for each. Now, the first question, as we will see, is going to ask us to complete the classification by writing the correct answers at the different parts identified. So for I, which would be where we have types of cell, and we have eukaryotes identified already, it's asking us to identify the other type, which would be prokaryotes. And we saw it gave an example with kingdom, Monera, and an example of it is bacteria. Then under eukaryotes, where we see number of cells, we see one division says unicellular, and the other division is empty, which is II. So we're asked to fill this in, which would be multicellular. Then if we continue under unicellular, we see it, or we would have seen it give the kingdom Protista, and then it asks for an example which we are supposed to fill in, which would be protozoa. So that is III would be protozoa. Then if we go back over to what we had identified at II to be multicellular, we see presence of cell wall, yes and no. For no, we see, which is V, it asks for the kingdom, and it gave you an example, which is fish, and we know that kingdom would have been animal or animalia. Then, if we go to type of nutrition, it says autotroph or heterotroph. And for heterotroph, we see it identify kingdom, fungi, example is yeast. And for autotroph, it asks for the kingdom, which would have been plant or plantae. All right, so just filling in those missing words would have allowed you, as you will now see, to get your 5 marks. Now, B says each kingdom is further subdivided into taxa, with the lowest rank being the level of species. Now you're asked to define the term species, and it's asking for a biological definition or your biological concept definition of species. So we can define species as a group of living organisms which would consist of similar individuals who are able to interbreed together and produce fertile offspring. So in your definition of species, you have to indicate that they're able to not just interbreed together, but produce fertile offsprings. The next part of the question says, using the human species as an example, explain why physical appearance or morphology is not always useful for identifying organisms belonging to the same species. All right, now physical appearance has to do with, if we're looking at the human species, it has to do with hair type, their complexion, their height, what we might look as their silhouette or their shape. And what it's saying is that it's not always useful to identify organisms belonging to the species based on those characteristics. Looking at humans, we can see that there are varying complexions that persons may have, varying hair types, all right, varying eye colors, varying foot size, varying heights, and yet still all of these organisms are still able to interbreed together and produce fertile offsprings, which tells us that they are the same species. So the physical appearance cannot be something that you use to classify a species. All right? Now the next question says, suggest one reason why biologists use the biological concept of species instead of physical characteristics to classify organisms, which is tied essentially to the question above, because physical characteristics can be misleading. Oftentimes, which we tend to see in our birds or reptile species, where the animal may look similar, but they're of 2 different species, meaning they're not able to interbreed together, so they can't copulate at all because they may have different mating styles, or they may have different sexual reproductive structures. And if they are even able to copulate, they are not able to produce fertile offspring. Fertile offspring means that their child should also be able to produce an offspring as well. Okay? So that is one reason why they will normally focus on, when they're defining species, this species has to be able to copulate, the male and the female species come together to produce a child that can also produce a fertile child as well. Then we have C, which says some lizards were washed away on a log during a hurricane and landed on a remote island. Several years later, they were classified as a new species. I says, using the biological concept of a species, state two reasons why they were reclassified. Now, these have to do with the two different things you would have identified from the biological concept of a species, meaning, are they able to interbreed, and are they able to produce fertile offspring? So would have had an original species of lizards that of course could have interbreed normally and produce fertile offspring, and then we had some that were actually washed away to a remote island. Since they're at a remote island, they are away from the original set, which means that over the period of 7 years, they would have changed certain features, have certain mutations in order to adapt on that island, which could have affected their ability to now be able to interbreed with the original set. Or if they are able to, by some chance, interbreed with the original set, the child that they produce would not be fertile, or would not be able to produce fertile offspring. So that meaning that child would not be able to produce a child of their own. Then it says the new species of lizard living in the mountainous region of the island were found to be smaller than those living on the lowlands. So just two reasons for this variation. One reason could have been the adaptation that the lizards will now have to do because of their environment. All right, they will now have to be able to can effectively or efficiently hide from their predators, which means that they would have to change themselves dramatically in size, all right, to be able to can fit in certain crevices and hide behind certain trees, rocks, all right. Another reason could also be that perhaps there was a diet change based on the availability of food that they would have, all right. So from an energy efficiency point of view, having a larger body means that they would now have to get a large amount of meals or a large amount of organisms to consume, which means that the amount of prey that they have could have decreased in size. So over the years, they could have changed inside or reduced in size to match the amount of available prey that is present. Then we're going to move on to our last topic, which is sexual reproduction. All right? So the first thing we have on screen is that, well, it's a diagram showing the changes occurring in Anna's uterine lining. So it says Anna has a 28-day menstrual cycle, and figure 3 shows the changes which occurs in Anna's uterine lining during the menstrual cycle. Now it says name 2 sex hormones which are associated with the menstrual cycle. And the 2 hormones that we would have had is estrogen and progesterone. All right, now the next question is asking us to sketch a line for each hormone which shows the levels of the sex hormone that we would have listed above. Now, normally when we are sketching the line, we would have identified day number 14 to be the day in which we would have had ovulation taking place. All right? So for our estrogen, we would have had a slowly increase in a line graph, and then we would have had it peaking over day 14, and after day 14 it would have gradually reduced or dropped drastically. All right, and then for progesterone, we would have had it gradually increasing past day 14, and then it would have elevated or increased in height, and then it should drop closer to day 27, day 28. Okay? So just to repeat, because we wouldn't have the line graph on screen, for your estrogen, it would normally peak before day 14. So if you're doing a line graph, you would have had the line steadily increasing and then peaking right before day 14, and then it drops drastically and go back down until it reaches to day 28. And then for your progesterone, it would have slowly been increasing, but it wouldn't start to peak until after day 14, where it is peaking about around day 21, 22, and then it will decline drastically. All right, so B says, Anna recently became pregnant. Explain the effect that pregnancy will have on the two hormones that we identified, which is estrogen and progesterone. Now, the first thing that you should note is that pregnancy is going to cause estrogen and progesterone to increase in production. Now, the reason why we'll have estrogen increasing in production is because estrogen helps with developing our fetal organs. It helps with stimulating the growth of the maternal breast tissue and also increases blood flow, which is why persons tend to say that persons who are pregnant have this natural glow about them. It is actually estrogen that gave them that maternal glow. All right? And then estrogen also helps to promote growth and function of the placenta. And we know that the placenta is important to act as gaseous exchange for the fetus and the mother, and to provide the child with nourishment, or the fetus with nourishment. Then we have progesterone. We'll just list two reasons why it's important, or the effect that it has on the pregnancy, where this hormone helps to maintain the thickened uterus lining, and it also helps with thickening the cervical mucus to block infection. So we know at the cervix there's supposed to be a little mucus that helps to prevent any bacteria from essentially entering into the uterus. So it helps to thicken it to ensure you have that mucus plug present. And as I said, it helps with maintaining or thicken the uterus lining for the developing fetus. All right, so it says, after the delivery of the healthy baby boy, Anna decides that she does not want to have any other children at this time. She, however, wishes to have another child in the future. It says, recommend one suitable birth control method which Anna could use to prevent pregnancy. A suitable birth control method would have been her IUD. All right. She could also go on the pills, or on the daily pills, which or get an injection which some mothers get every 3 months. All right. State 2 advantages and 1 disadvantages of the birth control method recommended above. All right. So for the IUD, it is normally someone you normally go to the doctor for them to insert it, and it stays in place. All right, so it normally stays in place, and you have different time frames or different types that you can get, and you have also different time frames in which it can be placed within you. You can have a 5-year period, or you can also have a 10-year period. So it is accommodating in a sense based on the future plans of the mother and when she decides to get another child. All right. A disadvantage is that for the IUD, it is something that the doctor tends to have to insert and remove, which some persons or some females may view as an inconvenience, because they would normally have to schedule an appointment to have it actually removed. All right, and then the last slide says not all birth control methods can prevent pregnancy. All right, not all birth control methods can prevent both pregnancy and infections from sexually transmitted diseases. It says state 2 types of sexually transmitted diseases. All right, we know about HIV, we know about AIDS, we know about gonorrhea, we know about syphilis. All right, so unfortunately, there are many types of sexually transmitted diseases. It says identify a birth control method which will be effective at preventing pregnancy and infection from sexually transmitted disease. Infections which we know would be our condom. You can have the male condom or you have your femidom. All right, we want to shout out to @Shanti on YouTube, who was very responsive and answered each question correctly. All right, I hope this entire presentation will be helpful for all of our candidates. We wish you the very best, and thank you very much to all our CSEC biology candidates. Bye.
Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services.
Hi everyone, welcome to this evening's chemistry marathon. My name is Kadisha and I'm a natural scientist, and I'll be taking you through the January 2023 paper, as well as sharing some theory as I go through this paper. So if you're online through the various platform, just jump on this paper. It's accessible anywhere online. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Now the first question says, students were required to prepare a sample of the normal salt produced when aqueous sodium hydroxide reacts with dilute sulfuric acid. Define the term normal salt. Now let me just take you on a salt journey. A salt is a compound, an ionic compound specifically, that is formed from the reaction between an acid and a base. Now there are various types of salts depending on the concentration of hydrogen ions that is formed in the product. So we say a normal salt, therefore, occurs when all of those hydrogen ions have been replaced, right, by a metal or an ammonium ion. Right? And just in case you want to know about different types of salt, we also have basic salts. Now, basic salts would form when we have some of the hydroxide ions remaining in that final product. And of course, we can have acid salts. Acid salts would have hydrogen ions in the products. So remember, a normal salt is formed when we have, let me just make a note of that, all of the hydrogens replaced by a metal or ammonium ion. All right. And let's move to part 2. Part 2 says, identify one other type of salt that can be formed from the reaction between dilute sulfuric acid and sodium hydroxide. Now, this other type of salt would be an acid salt because we are reacting dilute sulfuric acid with sodium hydroxide. Now, as we go throughout this paper and for your upcoming exam, I want you to pay attention to the weighting of the question, right? So this is 1 mark. So one simple statement will earn you that 1 mark. So let's move down to part B. And part B, as you can see, is a typical SBA experimental question. So for those of you who are sitting the exam, don't forget your SBAs, don't forget your experiment that you had performed at your school, because you will see 1 or 2 of these experiments popping up on your question paper. So let's get through it. It says the normal salt was produced by conducting a titration. The students were provided with dilute solution of 4.9 grams of sulfuric acid. You have 5 grams of sodium hydroxide, and of course you have an indicator to indicate your endpoint. So as you can see, the students carried out the procedure outlined in part A and B, and the titration results from part A are presented in figure 1. Before we get to figure 1, let's take a look at the procedure. Now, this procedure highlights typically what happens during a titration. You have the sodium hydroxide being placed in a volumetric flask. Then you have that sodium hydroxide transferred to the conical flask. You add your indicator, and then now you are titrating it with the base, with the acid, which is the sulfuric acid. And then you're repeating that step until you have your consistent results. If you're looking at the screen now, you're seeing the results of the titration. Let's look at titration 1. Typically in chemistry, we call our first titration the rough, and then we normally move to titration 2 and 3. And of course, let's look at the question asked. It says, complete table 1 by using the readings shown in figure 1 on page 6. So it is basically asking us for the final, initial, and the volume of acids used. To answer this question, we have to go back and look at the chart. So let's look at titration 1. Now, what you need to do is read what is on the burette. So let's look at the initial. Let's try to ascertain the measurement for the initial. We started at 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? That's the reading for the initial reading. Now, students, I want you to pay attention. When you're reading a burette, the mark stops where the meniscus is, which is right here. Right? So your initial reading for titration 1 is 0.5. Let's look at our final reading now. Again, we're counting down towards 26, 25, 25.1, 25.2, 25.3, 25.4, 25.5. That is where the meniscus is. So your final reading for titration 1 is 25.5. All right? Now let's move to titration 2. Your initial reading, 12, 12.1, 12.2 is where the meniscus is right there. All right, so let's document that, 12.2. Let's look at the final now. Let's count 37.1, 37.2, 37.3, thereabout. Somewhere thereabout is where the final reading is. And let's go to our final titration. Let's look at the initial. The initial is right on 15.5. Let's look at the final. The final is, of course, 40.1, 40.2, 40.3, 40.4, 40.5, right on 40.5. Now, how do you ascertain the volume of acid used? The volume of acid used is found by subtracting the final from the initial, right? So let's get there. Let me quickly work this out on a calculator for you. $25.5 all right. Then we go 37.3 minus 12.2, 25.1, and finally 40.5 minus 15.5, 25.0. All right, so we have now found our volume of acid used in the titration of sodium hydroxide with sulfuric acid, right? And that is 9 marks. So you have 1 mark per reading. And students, you have to be very accurate when you're reading, because when you're calculating your moles, you'll be thrown off. All right? So let's move to part 2. In table 1, indicate using asterisks the titration volumes that will be used to calculate the average volume of sulfuric acid. All right, so in chemistry in the lab, we don't normally use the rough values, which is titration 1. That is our first run. So we normally focus on using titration 2 and titration 3. Another reason is titration 2 and titration 3, the values are accurate. They're closer together. We got a 25.1 and a 25.0 difference. So for 1 mark, we need to place an asterisk where we're on the values that we're going to use. So I'm going to place the asterisk on titration 2 and titration 3. All right? Fair enough. Okay, so calculate the average volume of sulfuric acid used in the titration. From math, we know that to calculate the average, we add up the values that we're going to use and we divide it by the number of the values that we're going to use. So we have already agreed in the first question that we're going to be using 25.1 and 25.0, and those are two values. So to calculate the average volume of sulfuric acid used for 1 mark, you have to show marking, right? So it's 25.1 plus 25.0 over 2. Right? So let's quickly work that out. And you can work it out with me online. This is 25.05 is the average volume of sulfuric acid used, right? Okay. Complete the procedure for part B by stating the steps required to obtain a dry sample of the normal salt. So what is this asking you? In the titration, we have titrated an acid and a base, and we know in chemistry that an acid and a base will give you a salt and water, right? So then they're asking you now, what should we do to get a dry sample of this salt? No problem. So they started here. It says pipette 25 centimeters cube of the sodium hydroxide solution and transfer the solution to a conical flask. Using the burette, add the volume of your sulfuric acid to neutralize the base from part A to the sodium hydroxide solution in the conical flask. All right, so we have neutralized the base and we have our salt. So for 3 and 4 now, you need to tell the marker how you're gonna make this salt. And of course, you make this salt by transferring the contents in the conical flask in an evaporating dish, and you heat that evaporating dish until you start to see crystals form. So all of that water that you use in a titration will evaporate, and then you'll have your crystals. Once you see your crystal, you remove the heat and then you allow it to cool, and then you can dry your crystal or you can conduct filtration, right? So make sure you capture all of that, what I just said, into 2 nice sentences for your 2 marks. All right, great going. Next, write a balanced equation including state symbols for the formation of the normal salt from sulfuric acid and sodium hydroxide. Now, as someone who marks for CXC, I can give you an advice. You will almost see an equation every time on your paper. So be ready for it. You must have your state symbols and your equation must balance, or else you're not going to get it correct. And this is 3 marks. So let me break it down for you. 1 mark for your skeleton, 1 mark for your state symbols, and 1 mark for your balancing. Now to write the balance equation, let's go back to the top and see what are our reagents. Our reagents are sulfuric acid and sodium hydroxide. So let's start with our skeleton now. Sulfuric acid. The formula for sulfuric acid is H2SO4. The next reagent is sodium hydroxide. The formula for sodium hydroxide is NaOH. And we know that an acid and a base going to react to give us a salt and water. So the salt would be sodium sulfate and water. Now, is this equation correct? No. It is unbalanced, right? How do we balance this? We have to look how many hydrogens on one side. On the reaction side, we're seeing that we have 2 hydrogens in the sulfuric acid and 1 in the sodium hydroxide. So that's 3. 3 hydrogens on one side. On this side, we're only seeing 2 hydrogens. So how can we balance this? We can probably balance this. Oh, let me finish it before I start to balance. Let's look at sulfuric, the sulfate ions. We have SO4 on the reaction side and we have SO4 on the product side. So we don't have to trouble the SO4, it's balanced, right? Let's look at the sodium, or the oxygens rather. Sodium is okay on one side, sodium is okay on the other. So our main problem here is the hydrogens. So if we should integrate a 2 here on the sodium hydroxide and a 2 here on the water, let's now find if everything is balanced. Now we would have 4 hydrogens on the reaction side and 4 hydrogens on the product side, and the oxygens will be okay, right? So now our reaction is balanced. Now the next step we need to think about is, do we have our state symbols, right? Now, all acids and bases, they're aqueous, right? And that's a rule. So you put on your AQ. Let me try to clear this up a little bit so you won't be confused. All right. So all acids and bases are aqueous. And then we're forming the salt and water. We know that the salt is solid sometimes. Like just now, if we had evaporated this salt, it would be solid. But it's still in reaction, so we would say it is still aqueous. And of course, water is a liquid, right? And that's what you have to do to get your full 3 marks. Remember, you must have your skeleton, your equation must be balanced, and you must have on your state symbols. All right? Now, calculate the number of moles of sulfuric acid used to neutralize the sodium hydroxide. Now, the formula for moles is equal to mass over molar mass, right? Students, moles, it's a common question on the papers that you will get from year to year. So I suggest you memorize this formula, the formula for moles, the formula for mass, and the formula for molar mass. All right, so since we know our formula, we can plug it in. So that means the moles is equal to the mass of what? The mass given in the question earlier, which is right here. 4.9 grams of sulfuric acid, right? So you put your 4.9 grams over your molar mass. Of course, we're trying to find the number of moles of sulfuric acid. So it's going to be the molar mass of sulfuric acid, which is given in the question here, which is 98 grams per mole. All right? So now we're going to plug this into our calculator and see what we get. If you're online again, just plug it in and drop your answers in the chat. So let me just do that on my calculator. 4.9 divided by 98 is 0.05. But 0.05 what? Let's see our units. We have grams at the top and grams at the bottom. 4.9 grams at the top, 98 grams at the bottom. So we can cross that out. And the unit that we're left with is moles. All right, so that's your answer. And if you don't have the moles, you're not going to get the full 2 marks. So you have to be very careful with your units and your working out. All right, next. Okay, awesome. Calculate the mass of the normal salt expected for the reaction. So we have I just gave you the formula for moles. Can you transpose and give me the formula for mass? Can try? So moles is equal to mass over molar mass. So that means mass is equal to what? Anybody can try? Transpose. Mass would be equal to moles times molar mass. All right. So let's plug this in. Mass is equal to moles times molar mass. We just found the moles to be 0.05 moles. Right? Multiplied by the molar mass. The molar mass of what? The salt that we formed. What was the salt? The salt was sodium sulfate, right? So, oh, there's a 2 supposed to be here. All right, let's find it. So sodium is 23. Oxygen, sulfur is 32, sorry. So it's 23 because it's sodium sulfate. 23 times 2 plus sulfur is 32 and oxygen is 16 times 4. All right, so it's 23 times 2. Just a second. If you're in the comments, you can help me. 46 and 64. All right, so the molar mass is equal to 142 grams. So plug it in your formula. So ladies and gentlemen, 0.05 moles times 142 grams. Let me know what you get. Your answer is 7.1 grams per mole. That's your unit because you have moles and you have grams in the formula here working with, and nothing cancels nothing. So you're going to repeat back the unit. 7.1 grams per moles, right? And this is 3 marks. I recommend that to get the 3 marks, you show you're working and you provide your appropriate units. All right? So moving down, it says the actual mass of salt obtained by the student was 0.09 grams. Suggest one possible reason for the difference in the expected mass of the salt and the mass obtained. So what are they saying to us? They're basically saying to us that, hey, we're supposed to get 7.1 grams of the salt, but when the experiment is finished, we only got 0.09 grams. So they're basically asking us, why did we get such a small amount of salt? Now, this will now pull on your experimental knowledge now. What could happen why we only get 0.09 grams of salt when we should get 7.1 grams? What could go wrong? And this is for 1 mark. Well, a lot of things can go wrong in the lab. Probably when we are moving the contents, the salt, to the evaporating dish for it to evaporate to form the salt, probably we lost some of the mixture there. It could also be the environment in the lab that could have affected the salt formation. So there's a lot of sources of error that could occur that would make us only get 0.09 grams of salt when we should have gotten 7.1 grams. So ensure that whatever you're stating, it is valid and it could accurately affect the amount of salt formed. All right? And that is question 1. Work 25 marks. You have to work hard to get the 25 marks, ladies and gentlemen. So let's take a deep breath and let's move to number 2. All right. One of the good things about chemistry is that we use it every day in our homes, right? And I tell my students all the time that common sense can help you to pass chemistry. So You don't even have to study when it comes down to module 2 because it's a lot of things that we're experiencing. And this question is a prime example. It says, one of the main active ingredients in chlorine bleach is the oxidizing agent sodium hypochlorite. By adding sodium hypochlorite to water, hypochlorite acid is formed according to the equation below, and they show you the equation with the sodium hypochlorite reacting with water to form hypochlorous acid, right? State one use of bleach in the laundering of clothing. So now you ask your parents, mommy, or if you do the washing, why do you put bleach in your water, right? For 1 mark, we could say that we use bleach to whiten the stains or remove the stains. Or we could even talk about using bleach as a sanitizing agent to kill the bacteria or kill the microbes in our clothes. Any of those answers, valid answers, will earn you this 1 mark. Now let's get to B. Define the term oxidizing agent. Now they just told us that chlorine is an oxidizing agent. First, you have to ask yourself this question: what is oxidation? I'm going to give you an easy way to remember this in your exam. Remember the acronym oil rig. Right? Oil stands for oxidation is loss. Rig stands for reduction is gain. So, oxidation is loss and reduction is gain. Loss and gain of what, by the way? Loss and gain of electrons. So when something undergoes oxidation, they're losing electrons. When something undergoes reduction, they're gaining electrons. So then ask yourself, what is an oxidizing agent? Can drop it in the chat. An oxidizing agent, therefore, would be something that causes another substance to do what? If oxidation is the loss of electron, an oxidizing agent causes something to lose electron while itself gains it, right? So let me write that. A substance that causes oxidation in another substance but itself gaining electrons. And since I am on this topic, I could just touch on reducing agent. A reducing agent, therefore, would have been something that causes reduction with itself losing electrons, right? So a quick tip that I tell my students, make your vocabulary cards, right? And put the names of these vocabulary words and define them, recite them every day so that when you get to the exam, it will just be easy for you. So that is an oxidizing agent. So what is oxidation for 1 mark? This is the time you pull out your acronyms. Oil rig. Oxidation is loss. Oil. Oxidation is loss of electrons. Right? That's your 1 mark there. Now, deduce the oxidation number of chlorine in the formula, sodium hypochlorite, right? So this is sodium hypochlorite. Now, I always tell my students to study chemistry and math together because now we're going to be performing some algebra per se, right? So this is sodium hypochlorite. We have to deduce the oxidation number. When we have a compound, the overall charge of the compound is equal to 0. And a compound, let me repeat, the overall charge of a compound is equal to 0. That means the oxidation states of these individual atoms must, when you add them up, you must get 0. How do you find the charts? How do you find the charges of the individual atoms, I might ask? If anybody knows, just drop it in the chat. To find the charges of your individual atoms, you must know your charges states. It's in a table. It's in all the relevant textbooks that we use in Jamaica, right? For example, sodium. Where is sodium found in the periodic table? Sodium is found in group 1. So that means sodium have a charge of +1. Let's plug that on. +1. That's the charge of sodium. We're trying to find chlorine, so we're ignoring chlorine. Let's move to oxygen. Anybody knows the charge on oxygen? If you know, drop it in the chat. The charge of oxygen is -2, except when it is locked in a hydrogen peroxide compound. If you find oxygen in hydrogen peroxide, the charge is -1. So now we find the charge of sodium and we found the charge of oxygen, and we're now trying to find the charge of chlorine. Now, what number, when we add it to +1 and -2, we get 0? Type it in the chat. We're trying to find a number that when we add them up together with the +1 and the -2, we get 0. Anything in the chat yet?
She answered the -2 earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's based on what you asked.
Okay.
So we're waiting.
So, remember, the overall charge of a compound is 0. We have to now find the individual charges of the atoms, and when we add them together, we must get back 0. We found sodium to be +1 because it's in group 1, right? We find oxygen to be -2. Now, what number would chlorine have that when we add them together, all three, we're getting back 0? Chlorine, therefore, must be +1. +1 and +1 would give us 2. 2 minus 2 equals 0. All right, and that is your 3 marks. Your 3 marks cannot come easy. You must show working, and you must show the breakdown of the calculations to get your 0. So therefore, the oxidation of chlorine is equal to +1. All right. Now, chlorine gas also reacts with water to form hypochloric acid, as shown in the equation below, and in which the chlorine gas has become chloride ions. So basically, they're saying we started with chlorine, Cl2, and now we ended up with Cl-. They're saying what is the change in the oxidation number of chlorine? Now, when you have a compound in its neutral state, Cl2, the charge is equal to 0. Right? Any compound at all, once it don't have a charge, it is equal to 0. Let's move on the product side now. We see chlorine have a negative on it. What does that negative indicate? Somebody tell me. When an atom is negative, what does that indicate? It indicates that the overall charge is negative. So it's somewhere along the line, it has gained some electrons thereabout to make it negative. And when we see something just having a negative charge, it just means 1. So that means chlorine has a charge of -1. It has gained 1 electron. All right? And that should give you your 2 marks. Which process occurred when chlorine gas became chloride ion? I just told you about oil rig. Tell me, what do you think? Oil rig. Oxidation is loss, reduction is gain. Here we see chlorine becoming negative because it gained 1 electron. So what is the name of this process? Drop it in the chat. This process is called reduction. Very good. All right. Next, describe a simple laboratory test for chlorine gas. Now, there's a lot of ways we can test for chlorine gas. I've seen students state a lot of things from year to year, but we're sticking to what we use in the lab. We're not going to say we're going to smell the chlorine gas now. We're going to say that we're going to be using litmus paper. What litmus paper, you might ask? Well, you have to ask yourself if chlorine is an acid or a base. Chlorine is acidic. So we have to use blue litmus paper. Blue litmus paper. All right? But what do we have to do with the litmus paper? We have to damp it, right? Once we damp it, we stick it into that test tube with the chlorine, and then we will see that the damp blue litmus paper turning. It will turn red first, and then common sense. What do you think the chlorine will do with the litmus paper? It will bleach it, right? So after it turns red, it will turn white, or what would say bleached. All right, and there is your lovely 2 marks. All right, let's move down. It says, a more natural alternative to chlorine bleach is the use of detergents which releases hydrogen peroxide in water. The bleaching action of hydrogen peroxide is also a redox reaction and is represented by the following equation. Here we have hydrogen peroxide breaking down to form water and oxygen. During one stage of the reaction, hydrogen peroxide is converted to water. We have to show the changes in the oxidation number of oxygen in hydrogen peroxide and water and deduce whether this is oxidation or reduction reaction. Again, sometimes when we go to the bathroom, we have to read the things that makes up some of the things in our restroom, right? Nowadays, the young people, they're bringing their phones, but we have to read things because this is true. No longer are we are seeing chlorine being used universally. We're now seeing our toothpaste, our detergents being made with hydrogen peroxide instead of chlorine. Now, just as I said before, we have to find out now oxygen's oxidation number in hydrogen peroxide and water. Let's look at hydrogen peroxide. H2O2, right? And let's look at water. 2H2O, right? The overall charge of these compounds is 0. What are we trying to find out? The charge of oxygen. Now, the charge of oxygen is always -2. But this time we're seeing oxygen in peroxide. And I said that there is a rule where whenever you see an oxygen in peroxide, it is -1. So you can write down that rule, right? So tell me now, in peroxide it was -1, and in water it is -2. Let me try to write this properly. So somebody in the chat now tell me what is happening. We're moving from -1 to -2. What is happening? The charge is increasing, right? We're getting more negative. We move from -1 to -2. So what is that showing us? It's showing us that we're gaining more electron. The oxygen has gained 1 more electron. Using your acronym OIL rig, what is happening? what is happening is reduction. Reduction is the gain of electrons. So reduction is gain. Oxygen is gaining more electrons because it moves from -1 to -2. And that's a whole of 4 marks. And to get this 4 marks, you must show whoever is marking your paper all of these steps. Walk us through the change in oxygen and why do you say it is reduction. And that's 15 marks. All right, let's take a deep breath and let's move to question 3. Now, question 3 is on the organic side. So make sure students are ready for organic chemistry. It has to come. All right, it says cracking is a very important process in the petroleum industry. What is meant by the term cracking? Say, I always teach my students context clues. Say you have never studied organic chemistry before. What do you think cracking mean? Cracking literally means to break something, right? What are you breaking? We're talking about organic chemistry. So it has to be large organic compounds, right? The thing is, in the petroleum industry, we're obtaining crude oil from the earth. Now, the crude oil that we get from the earth, we can't use it just as is. It is basically of no value to us. So when we get the crude oil from the earth, we have to put it through a process called cracking to break it up into smaller fractions that we can use. If you're online now, comment some of the fractions that we get from petroleum. We can get gasoline, we can get diesel, we can get LPG, we can get kerosene. We can get so many things when we crack up the petroleum or the crude oil. So how do you answer this question? Cracking is defined as the breakdown of large hydrocarbon molecules into smaller ones that can be used, right? So you're breaking hydrocarbons into smaller fractions. All right? Let's look at B. Compound A, C4H8, and compound B. Let me drink some water, just a minute. Compound A, C4H8, and compound B, C4H10, are both hydrocarbons that can be obtained from cracking. So we get these compounds from cracking, and we need to state the names of compound A and compound B. Now, students, you must know your organic nomenclature. That means you must know how to name your compounds, right? C4H10, C4H8, has 4 carbons. When we're naming organic compounds, we focus on the number of carbons, right? C, 1 carbon, methane, 2 carbon, propane, 3 carbon, butane, 3 carbon propane, 4 carbon butane, and 5 carbon pentane, right? And compound B is C4H10. So what is that telling us? Both compounds has 4 carbons. That means bute is the prefix. When you have 4 carbon, the prefix is bute. When you have 5 carbon, the prefix is pent, right? All you have to do is study a table that shows you the number of carbon and what the prefix is. But let me tell you a secret. Whenever you're cracking a hydrocarbon, you are going to be forming an alkane and an alkene. The alkane would be the smaller one. So that means compound A is butene and compound B is butane, right? So those are your fractions that you have cracked from this process. Now we have to draw the fully displayed structure of compound A. What does that mean? That means we have to draw the full structural arrangement showing the connectivities of the atoms in butane. Let's go. It has how many carbons? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? But, ladies and gentlemen, the suffix is -ene. That means it's an alkene. What do we know about alkenes? Alkenes have what we call a double bond. Right? So now we are going to put on our hydrogens. Two, 3. That is your fully displayed structure of butene. But even though they didn't ask us, I could also draw butane for us. Pay attention to the suffix name. It's -ane. That means it's an alkane. It's a straight chain. It has no double bond. How many carbons? 4. C4H10. So you're just basically putting on your 10 hydrogens on the compound. All right. Now, state the homologous series to which compound B belongs. Let's go back to compound B. We said compound B was what? Butane. Now, students, your homologous series just means the family of the compounds. In organic chemistry, we have alcohols, alkanes, alkenes, alkynes, so many families. But since this compound is called butane, the homologous series is alkanes. All right, next question. Describe briefly one test that could be used to distinguish between compound A and compound B. So basically they're asking us, we're in the lab and we have 2 bottles. We have butene in one and we have butane in the other. How do we know which is butene and which is butane? We can perform a test called the bromine water test. Basically, when we react butane with the bromine, we will form no reaction. When we react butene with the bromine, we will see the bromine being decolorized, right? And you could just write it back here in your observation. Now, all in all, what is this saying to us? This is saying to us that somewhere along the line, you're going to be seeing a reiteration of your experiments that you did in chemistry on your paper. That is saying to us, don't forget our SBAs, don't forget our experiments, because we can see them popping up again as questions, right? And this is the perfect example was the hydrogen peroxide question and the first question that we did on the rate, on the titration, and of course this one with the decolorized, right? So we have to pay attention to our experiment. Now it says compound C can exist as structural isomers. Define the term structural isomer. Now we need to ask ourselves, what is an isomer? An isomer is a compound with the same molecular formula but different structural arrangement. Right? That's why it's called a structural isomer. It has the same molecular formula, but different structural arrangement. And that's your 2 marks there. It says, in the space below, draw the fully displayed structure of 2 isomers of compound B. Let's go back to compound B. Compound B is butane. So what is this asking you to do? It's asking you to draw 2 compounds with the same formula of C4H10. So you could draw back the butane, the C4H10, C4, 4 carbons, H10, 10 hydrogens. This is butane. This is isomer 1. So what about isomer 2 now? Isomer 2 would be 2 methyl propane. So basically we draw propane, which is 3 carbons, and we add a methyl group on the second carbon. And all in all, this has a formula of C4H10. All right? Compound A burns in oxygen with a sooty flame. Write a balanced chemical equation for the complete combustion of compound A in excess oxygen. Let's go back to compound A. Compound A was butene, C4H8. So here they're saying we need to write an equation for the combustion, which just means burning of compound A in oxygen. So C4H8 plus oxygen. Fun fact, the combustion of any organic compound is going to give you carbon dioxide and water. Right? So we can just put on our carbon dioxide and water. Is this complete based on how I just show you how to do your equations? No. You must ensure it's balanced, and you must ensure you have on your state symbol. Well, in this question specifically, they didn't ask us for state symbol, and them just say, write a balanced equation. But practice makes perfect. Put on your state symbol, right? So, gas, gas, liquid, gas, right? So let's balance this off. And that's how you get your 2 marks. Okay, we're coming down nicely. Number 4. Graphites and diamond are 2 allotropes of carbon. Define the term allotropes. I'm glad they asked this question actually, because every year students mix up the term isotopes and allotropes, right? Isotopes mean you have the same formula. Allotropes mean you're from the same family, okay? Where do you find graphite? Anyone? Drop it in the comment. You find graphite in your pencil lead. Where do you find diamond? Of course, in jewelry, right? But all in all, diamond is the toughest substance on earth. Graphite is the softest. You write it with your pencil and it just breaks, right? But all in all, they are from the same family. So we would say an allotrope is different. Structural forms of the same element in the same physical state. All right, let's keep it moving. Draw the lattice structure of diamond and graphite. Let me tell you something, guys. You have to be doing, I tell my students all the time, swatting will not take you anywhere. You have to go a little bit in depth and you have to practice to draw diamond and to draw graphite. Now, let me see if Kadisha can tap into her artist skill and draw it for you. As a marker, we don't require, we're not looking for the fancy drawing, right? We're just looking for a little representation. So I know that for diamond, it kind of has a little tetrahedron shape. So something like this. This is how basically the atoms are packed in diamond. Like a 3D thing. Something of that sort. While in graphite, it's more in a lattice structure. So basically, it's more like a sheet sitting on top of another sheet. Hope I did it justice, but it's something like that we are looking for. All right. Now, like metals, graphite can conduct electricity, but diamond cannot, right? Explain in terms of bonding why graphite conduct electricity, but diamond does not. Here, you would have to kind of talk about the availability of the electrons in diamond and graphite. In graphite, the electrons are a bit more delocalized. Let's write that. Graphite has delocalized electrons. While diamond, the electrons are locked in. So they have no free electrons. So diamond is what we would say is so unbothered. That's why it's perfect for jewelry. Over time, it's not going to rust on you. Over time, it's not going to irritate your skin. It's more of a neutral element or compound. It's not a compound, allotrope rather. Now describe the bonding present in metals. Now, when you think of metals, think about a sea of electrons, right? So this is where 2 marks, you would say metals have positive metal ions in a lattice surrounded by delocalized electrons. All right, let's move down. Sodium chloride is solid at room temperature. Here we have to draw the structure of sodium chloride. Wow. Anybody that sat this exam and you weren't an artist, I would have been so sorry for you, right? So you have to draw your lattice of sodium hydroxide. So an easy way to do this, 4 boxes in a 3D state. Right? And to get this 3 marks, you have to tell the examiner which atoms are the chlorines, which atoms are the sodiums, right? I hope I did it justice. not a good artist here, guys, but basically this is somewhat of a plan drawing of the lattice for sodium chloride. Which type of bonding exists in sodium chloride? Sodium chloride is a salt, and we know many salts, they are ionic compounds. So the type of bonding that exists in sodium chloride is called ionic bonding. Now, here we are going back now to organic chemistry. It says ethene undergoes halogenation reaction to form 1,2-dibromoethane. Draw the fully displayed structure of ethene. Ethene is an alkene, right? Its formula is C2H2. So basically they're asking us to draw out the structure of ethene. So we have 2 carbons and 2 hydrogens. H4, sorry. So let's draw it. Have 4 hydrogens. And we put on our double bond because it's from the alkene formula, family, homologous series. Write the molecular formula for 1,2-dibromoethane, right? So we have to be very versed on our molecular formula. The molecular formula for 1,2-dibromoethane is C2H4Br2. That's your 1 mark. If you're in the exam and you're unsure, what you could have done is draw out the formula for 1,2-dibromoethane, and then you just look at the connectivity and write out your formula. Now we have to draw the fully displayed formula of 1,2-dibromoethane. Let's write back the formula again. The formula was C2H4Br2. Okay? So all we have to do is draw out the fully displayed. So we have 2 carbons with 4 hydrogens. And it says the bromoethane or the bromine molecule is on the 1st and the 2nd carbons. And there we have it. 1,2-dibromoethane. Di means 2, meaning 2 bromine molecules. State whether the halogenation of ethene is an addition or substitution reaction. Now you have to look at your compound. What happened? Did we substitute anything from the alkene, or did we add anything? Of course, looking at this compound, we add bromine. So this is a addition reaction. All right. I want to give you a feel of all the questions. So I'm just going to jump to question 6 quickly. It says, the most abundant gas in the air by volume is nitrogen. List 1 physical property and 1 chemical property of nitrogen. Students, from year to year, we kind of tend to forget the final module in chemistry. I want you to pay attention to that content at the last part of the syllabus, right? Physical and chemical property. Physical property of nitrogen, anyone? Physical property means what you can see. So we can see that nitrogen is a colorless gas. while its chemical property is it's unreactive. Let's do one more. When gases are produced in a school laboratory, there are three main methods in which they can be collected: upward delivery, downward delivery, and displacement of water. List two factors that can be considered when choosing an appropriate method for the collection of gases in the laboratory. You would have to think about the density of the gases and its solubility in water. All right, and I will stop here. But before I go, I'd like to share some tips with you going into the exam. You have a little while before the exam, so I want you to immerse yourself into some reading. Before you work any past paper at all, you immerse yourself into your textbook, into your online resources, or the overseas exam, their page for questions, answers to solutions, YouTube, you name it. There are so many resources available. I want you to immerse yourself into the content before you start working your past paper questions. Practice makes perfect. So those mathematical questions like moles, like working out solubility, like working out electrons or electrolysis, or even oxidation states, you practice from day to day until you become perfect. All right? So again, my name is Kadisha, and it was a pleasure sharing and helping you get ready for your chemistry exam. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Miss Daniela McGilvery. Welcome to another CSEC IT paper review. I will be looking at some questions specifically from problem solving as well as productivity tools, zeroing on database management and spreadsheet. So let us begin. All right. So what I've done is compiled a few questions from several past papers, as you can see, 2025, 2017, quite a few. So we're going to start with this question here. Consider the following database with two tables named farmers and farm. So as you can see, we have the two tables here and we have the different fields in the tables. So when you look at the farmers table, you can see the ID number, the first name, the last name, the gender, contact number, as well as region. When you look at the farm table, you're going to see the farm ID, crop, cost per produce, as well as the farmer ID. So these are the two tables that contains several records. So the first thing that you need to do is look at your table and ensure that you understand the data that is presented in your table. The first question states, in the database table, farm, name the field by which each record can be uniquely identified. So let's go back to database, right? We know that a database is basically a collection of related tables, right? And these tables store records that are also related. Or records, or what we would also refer to as a row, consists of several fields. The fields are basically attributes of an entity. So for example, as what is stated in the table, your fields would be in the farmer's table ID number, first name, last name, just the name of you, and in your farm table, farm ID, crop, cost per produce, and farmer ID. So the question asks, in the database table farm, name the field by which each record can be uniquely identified. And this is referring to the primary key. So we know that a primary key, right, your primary key is the key, right, your primary key, a key that we can use to uniquely identify each record. With that being said, when we look at our table in farm, we're going to look and observe to see which piece of data is unique to each row. And remember, your row is also what we would call the record. So we have in our farm ID, we have 002, 192. In crop, we also have the different types of crop, cost per produce, and then farmer ID. However, we're looking at the data that is unique to each row. In this case, the data, or sorry, not the data, but the field would be the farm ID. So our primary key that we would use for a farm table is our farm ID. So the other question states, state the fields that must be linked in order to create a relationship between the two tables. We've already outlined that the farm ID is the primary key in our farm table, right? And in order for us to create a relationship, we need a common attribute or a common field. An attribute and a field, that's the same thing. So we need a common attribute and a common field. So when we look at our table and we look at the data, it's safe to say that the common field that we would need to create the relationship between the two tables is our ID number from our farmer's table and our farmer ID from our farm table. In this case, the ID number in the farmer's table, right, is what we would call the foreign key. So a foreign key is basically a key that is a primary key in one table. However, when it's placed in another table, it becomes a foreign key and can be used to create a relationship between the two tables. Again, in order to create a relationship between two tables, you must have a common field. The other question states, complete the design view extract below to show a simple query that will list the farmer's full name, region, crop, and farm ID for farmer ID number 1, right? This is basically asking you to create a query. So usually when you're doing practicals and you go into Microsoft Access and you go into the query design view, right? You get all this little interface that you see here where it asks you for the field, the table, sort, show, criteria. So what you're supposed to do, they've presented you with the interface just as what you would see in Microsoft Access. This is the same interface that you would see in Microsoft Access. So whichever field is requested, you're going to state the field here in the first row. So they've asked for the farmer's full name. Of course, the fields that are presented to you are first name and last name. So we would place them back just as is as they were presented to you in the table. So we have first name, and for table, you're going to state which table the field is coming from. In this case, it's coming from the farmer's table. We have last name, and it's also coming from the farmer's table. We have region, and region comes from the farmer's table as well. We have crop, and that comes from the farm table. We have farm ID, and then we have our farmer ID. So again, remember that a query is basically an object that allows you to extract some form of data that meets a set criteria. In this case, we were asked to extract or to create a query to extract the records with farmer ID number 1. So this is the interface that you would have been given when you open Microsoft Access if you were doing a practical. So these boxes here, so you have sort, we're not requested to do any sort. We're asked to show the specific data. So every piece of data that you were asked to show, you're going to tick that box. So we want the first name, we want the last name, we want the region, we want crop, we want farm ID, and the farmer ID is what we're supposed to use to set our criteria. The criteria that was given was the person with farmer ID 1. So we're going to put 1 right here where we have criteria. So that is telling the software that, hey, any farmer ID where you see 1, I want you to pull that record, right? So this is how your query would look. The other question basically asks you to state the result of the query. What happens when you check back the table that is given around here, so you would make reference back to your table that was presented to you before the question, and then you would check to see which farmer ID is 1, right? And you would look at the names, first name, last name, the region, the crop, and the farm ID as well. So you're being asked to show, because we've already used the farmer ID to set the criteria, we move right along to show the result, which would basically be first name, last name, region, crop, and the farm ID. So when we look on our table, the person who meets this criteria with farmer ID 1 is Jack Smith. So we would put all records for Jack Smith because he is the person with farmer ID 1. Region 1, the crop is banana for the first record, and the farm ID is 002. Again, there is also a second record. Jack Smith again, because he's the only one with farmer ID 1, same region, which is region 1. Crop is orange, and it's coming from farm ID, which is 192. So this would be the interface for your query, and the criteria was farmer ID should be 1, and you want all this information here to be displayed, and this would be the result for your query once the data has been extracted. So you would end up with 2 records. All right, so let's move on to our next question. So as I stated prior, we'll be looking at a series of questions. We just brushed on a database question. So now we're going to jump to a problem solving question. And I mean, how can we not look at problem solving and not look at the steps? So our first question states, having met with the Chief Technical Officer for Manufacturer X, the programmers/designers will finalize the problem solving process. Place each of the following problem solving steps in the correct order. 1. Define the problem, develop the algorithm, propose and evaluate solutions, test and validate the solution, determine the most efficient solution. So what is a problem? So we know that a problem is basically anything that prevents us from achieving our goal, right? So with that being said, the first step in our problem solving process is to define the problem, right? Our first step is to define the problem. But what happens at this step? So we have what we would call our defining diagram, right? That we would usually use at this step, which is to define the problem, which is also what we call step 1, yeah? So another name for our defining diagram is an IPO chart. Our IPO chart basically allows us to break down the problem and outline the different parts of the problem in terms of its inputs, processing, and its outputs, right? So 1, we define the problem. Our second step is to evaluate all possible solutions. So you've now outlined the problem. What are all possible solutions that you can come up with for this problem? So after looking at each solution, of course, you're going to select the best solution or the most suitable, right? So select the most suitable from the list. After you've selected your most suitable solution, you're now going to write your algorithm. What is an algorithm? So we know that our algorithm is basically the sequence of steps that we would use to solve our problem, right? And remember, there are 3 ways that we can represent our algorithm. 1, flowchart. 2, narrative. And 3, a pseudocode, right? So 4, we write our algorithm, right? And then your final step is to test and evaluate. So our 5 steps, problem solving steps. 1, define the problem. 2, outline all possible solutions. 3, select the most suitable solution. 4, write the algorithm. And of course, 5, test and evaluate. We're now going to look at our next question that states, complete the paragraph by inserting the most appropriate terms in the blank spaces. So the values that are changeable during the execution of the program are known as, and of course, these are our variables. And the values by the programmer that will never change during the execution of the program are known as constants. So just a little reminder, remember your variables change throughout the program, and a variable can only store one piece of data at any given time, right? Your constant, so for example, a variable could be num, right? So num would basically take a number, one number at any given time. When you say num is equal to something else, it will basically remove what is already stored there and replace it with that new value. Your constant now, your constant never changes. Once you declare that a placeholder is a constant or a storage location is a constant, it remains the same. So for example, pi, we know that pi always holds a value of 3.14. So once you declare that pi is equal to 3.14, wherever you want to use the value 3.14, if you had a program where you were required to use pi, instead of putting the value 3.14, you'd put the name of the constant, which would be pi, pi, right? All right, so our next question, complete the following algorithm snippet to show the payroll process for manufacturer X. So the first thing that you do, you look at your pseudocode. This is a pseudocode, of course. You look at your pseudocode and you basically become familiar with it, right? So we have some constants that are declared here. We have our rate, which is equal to 5. We have the expected work hours, which is 40. And we have overtime rate, which is 6. So all we're doing is looking at it, and this is a selection statement, right? This is a pseudocode with a selection statement in it as well, which is an if then else. All right, so let's go. So we've gotten to the work hours, and we're supposed to test to see if the work hours is greater than the expected hours. Or expected hours stated was supposed to be 40, right? Let's go down more. So we've gotten our work hours and we say read hours worked. Now we want to test to see if the hours worked is greater than 40. Remember, 40 was already stated as the expected hours, and expected hours was declared as a constant. So we say if hours worked is greater than, so remember this is a greater than sign. And I'm not going to put 40 here. Why? Because remember in our previous question we spoke about variables and constants. Expected hours was already declared, right? And we already saved the value 40 in expected hours. So instead of putting 40 there, we're going to put expected hours. So if hours worked is greater than expected hours, then remember what we put here is the action that we take if this condition here is true. So for example, if I work 50 hours, that means that 50 is greater than 40. So this is the action that I would take, which is to calculate the overtime hours as well as calculate the overtime pay, right? So let's go ahead. So overtime, and if you have any questions, you can post them in the chat as well. So overtime hours would basically be equal to the hours worked minus the expected hours. And you realize that I'm keeping my variable names constant. I don't change my variable names. So overtime hours is equal to hours worked minus expected hours. And then after I get the overtime hours, now I want to calculate my overtime pay, right? And my regular pay in order to get the pay that I would receive, which is to add the overtime pay plus the regular pay. So we're going to say pay is now equal to, and our first working out is to calculate the overtime pay, which is the overtime hours that we just found right here times or overtime rate, which was already declared at the top, which is 6, right? So we wouldn't put 6 because the rate is already declared. The rate was already declared as a constant and it holds a value of 6, right? So that's overtime rate. So overtime hours times overtime rate. And then this would have been added to the regular pay that they would have gotten, which is the expected hours times the regular rate. So that would be the overtime hours times our overtime rate, right? And then our expected hours times the regular rate right here. And that is how we would get our pay in addition to the overtime pay that the person would have gotten. So that's only if this condition is true. Now we have our else. What if it's not true, right? So we need to add our else, which would now be, so if the person didn't work any overtime, they'd basically get their same regular pay. So the pay would be equal to, and the back arrow means the same as equal, expected hours times or regular rate. And of course, end if to end the if statement. And that's basically it. All right. So let's look at our next question, which they asked us to represent same pseudocode using an IPO chart. So remember, I would have outlined how we can represent algorithms, and this would have been the pseudocode. So they're now asking us to represent the same algorithm using a flow chart, right? So we're now going to construct our flow chart. So let me just erase the board. And just to make it easier for you, just remember, when you're doing your flow chart, it's basically like you're taking the lines of codes from your pseudocode and placing them in their respective symbol, right? So you have your start, and you place a start in your terminator, or your start-stop symbol. You have your input-output statement, you place it in your input-output symbol, and so on, right? So we're now going to construct our flow chart for the respective pseudocode that we just looked at. So we start with our terminator, or start-stop symbol, and we have our start. Our assignment symbol now is what we have here. And once you initialize a variable, once you declare a constant, you use your assignment symbol, right? So we have rate, and these were all given to you in the pseudocode above. Then you have expected hours, and then you have overtime rate. The next step that they have in the pseudocode was to read the hours worked. So we use our input-output symbol, which is this symbol that we have here. So we say read hours worked. So after we say read hours worked, just like in our pseudocode, we would need to decide whether or not the hours worked is greater than the expected hours worked, right? So at this point, we would need our if statement, but we don't just write the if statement like that. We use what we would call our decision symbol, right? So we would put our decision symbol, and what we would do is to place our condition in our decision symbol. So in this case, the condition that's given is if hours worked is greater than expected hours, and we have two branches. We always have our yes branch and we always have our no branch, right? So, or if it's an if then, we would usually have our action on our yes branch, and then the no branch would usually remain empty, and then it goes, it goes to the stop, right? But once we have an if then else, we need to have the actions for our yes branch and also for our no branch, so our no branch cannot remain empty, right? So we need to label our branch, and we're going to first look at our yes branch. So if I worked more than the 40 hours, this is what I'm supposed to do. Or overtime pay is supposed to be calculated just like what we did in the pseudocode by saying, and again, we use our assignment symbol. So overtime hours is equal to hours worked minus expected hours. Right? And we have our pay now is calculated as the overtime hours, which we just found up here, times the overtime rate. But we don't stop there, right? Remember, this would just be the overtime pay. This is supposed to be added to your regular pay, which is the expected hours times the rate. And this would be for yes branch. We need to complete our no branch now. So if not, and we just worked our regular hours, we have our assignment symbol again, and we say pay is now equal to expected hours times the rate, which is the regular rate, right? Or flowchart is not finished. So I'm just going to use a connector to connect both symbols right here, and this is our connector here. And then remember, our pseudocode must have a start and a stop, and I place my stop in my terminator or my start stop symbol, and this would basically be the respective flowchart for the pseudocode that we just looked at. So we have our start, we have our assignment symbol, we have our input-output symbol, we have our decision symbol, which is for our selection statements. We label our branches. So we have our yes branch and we have our no branch here. We have our actions to take if the condition is true. We have our actions to take if the condition is false as well. And of course, once that is done, we go to our stop, right? And that is how we represent the flow chart for the given question. All right, so let's move on to a spreadsheet question. So the logistics hub has created a spreadsheet to track the number of containers that pass through its port for different shipping lines. So again, you look at your spreadsheet, just like how you look at your database tables, and you try to understand the data that is presented to you. So in this case, this is a logistics hub, right? So you have different shipping lines and they seem to ship from Mondays to Saturday, and a fee is charged. So if you look in cell A8, you're going to see it's been labeled total. If you also look into cell H2, it's labeled total as well, right? So remember your column headings, those are also what we call our fields, and then your rows run from left to right, right? Those are what we also call our records, right? So the first question states, state what formatting feature was applied to the spreadsheet image above. So if you look at it and you look at it carefully, you can see that several of the headings are bold. If you look at logistics hub, it's bold. If you look at shipping line, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right across, those are bold. And if you look at total, those also have been bold. But also look at logistics hub. You realize that it's a bit centered across on the spreadsheet? Yes. So it's not merged. It's not center. The answer is the logistics hub was merged and centered, right? So not just merged, not just center. It was merged and centered, right? So it's merged and center, which can also be one of your responses, as well as bold, which was applied to several of the headings. The data in the spreadsheet is sorted. State the column on which the sorting feature was applied and the sorting order, and that is 2 marks. So you look at your table, you look at your spreadsheet, you look at the data presented in front of you. In this case, the field by which the spreadsheet was sorted by was the shipping line. And if you look at it, you have B, C, G, K. It's safe to say that the table was sorted in ascending order, which is from A to Z, right? And we know that we also have our descending order, or from highest to lowest, right? Which is also descending order. But in this case, it's from A to Z, as well as lowest to highest, right? So it's shipping line. Write the formula/function to be inserted in cell H3 to calculate the number of containers shipped during the week for Canva shipping. All right, so let me just step away from the actual question and let's discuss functions and formula, right? So if you see formulae, it's basically the same. It's just that it's the plural of formula, right? So formulae, the plural of formula. Or formula is basically an expression that returns a value. Or function is a predetermined formula. So, or formula is an expression that returns a value. So for example, equal A1 plus B1. That's a formula. However, our function is a built-in predefined formula. So for example, your sum function, your min function, your max function, your average function, those would be functions, right? Predefined. So when you're using any of those, you put equal sum, equal average, and then you state your range, right? In this case, the question asked you to state either or, right? So it says write the formula or function to be inserted in cell H3 to calculate the number of containers shipped during the week of Canva shipping. So let's look back on our table. This is H3 right here, right? But let us just look at it it asks for canvas shipping. However, canvas shipping is in row 4, right? So if they were truly indeed referring to canvas shipping, it would have been H4. But what we would put in H3 though, which is for blue sea line, is our formula would basically be, because it asks for H3, we're going to use H3, but that's for blue line and not canvas. So our formula would have been equal, and remember every function or formula starts with an equal sign, right? So B3 plus C3 plus D3 plus E3 plus F3 plus G3. So we're basically finding the sum of all the cells going across for the blue sea, right? And if we were writing the function, this would have been our function. Equal sum, and then the range of these, which is the starting cell address and the ending cell address, right? So that would be sum equal sum B3 colon G3. And I hope you're seeing the difference in all this. So this is our formula and this is our function. And every function or formula begins with an equal sign. All right. So the next question asks, write the function that would be used to determine the lowest number of containers shipped on Wednesday. So we were asked to write the function. So not no formula, no, function. So of course we have our max function, which would give us the maximum value. We have our average function, which we use to find the average. So of course we also have a min function, right? Which can be used to find the minimum value. So in this case, we look back at our table and it asks for the lowest for Wednesday, right? So we also look for our range, which would be D3 to D7. So with that being said, our lowest number, the function that we would use would have been equal min, because it's the minimum value that we want to find. D3, which is the starting cell, and the ending cell in the range would be D7. And that is how you would write your function to find the lowest number of containers shipped on Wednesday. All right, we're now going to move on to a spreadsheet question, right? And the first thing that you're asked to do, state the type of chart used to represent the data in figure 1. So you look at your chart that's presented in front of you. So of course you have to be familiar with the different charts. So you know you have your bar chart, you have your pie chart, you have your all of those, right? So in this case, the chart that is presented to us is a column chart, right? So this chart right here is what we would call a column chart. The next question we're asked to do is to list the steps that we would use to basically generate our column chart, right? So of course, the steps that we would use is to first highlight the required data that we want to represent on our chart. So we highlight our required data that we want to represent on our chart, right? Because I mean, if you don't know what you want to represent, how are you going to generate a chart? So you highlight the required data. And this is basically the range for the data. In this case, it's A2 to G7, right? So you look on your table, which is presented to you before, and it is A2 to G7. So it says, go to the insert. So of course you go to your ribbon and you look for the insert tab, and then you're going to go to the insert tab, and then you select the type of chart that you want. So 1, 2, go to the insert tab, and then you go to chart, and you select the type of chart. And in this case, it's a column chart. All right? So after you've selected the type of chart that you want, right, you choose your design, whether it's 2D or a 3D design. You also label, right? So you choose your design, whether it's 2D or 3D, and you're going to label your chart. So you label your axis, and you give it an appropriate title, right? And of course, I'm sure from the look of it, once we look at this chart here, right, we can see it has an appropriate title at the top, the logistics hub activity by week. We can see our axis being labeled, shipping line. We can see our legend at the side, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and what represents each day, right? So without all of those, your chart would basically be incomplete, right? So your steps also have to be complete in order to get whatsoever you have presented here. All right, so another problem solving question, right? So we're just zeroing in on problem solving or productivity tools, spreadsheet, database. So complete the table by inserting the data types to be used for each of the following variables. So let's go back to variables again. So remember, a variable is a memory location and it changes throughout the execution of the program, right? So yes, our variable has a name, but your variable also has a data type. What is your data type? Remember, your data type tells you what can be stored in that variable. In terms of, if it's a name, we know that the data type is going to be string, because of course it's going to be taken in text, right? A collection of characters. So first name in this case would be a string. Item price, of course, it's money. So naturally, we're going to say money, we represent them as decimal. So we would declare this, or we would say that the data type for item price would be real, right? Real or float, which is what we declare decimal values as. We have receipt number, and receipt number would basically be integer, right? So you're just looking back at what you have there. And then we have in stock, whether or not the item is in stock, that would also be integer. Integers are basically your whole numbers, whether they are negative or positive. There was a question before that, and that speaks to syntax error. What is a syntax error? So basically, we know that an error is basically anything that doesn't go well, right? In programming, we have different types of error. One that's presented here is syntax error. So your syntax error is any error that goes against the programming language. It prevents it from running. So we've been talking about variables all along, and at one point earlier I mentioned, you realize that I'm keeping my variables consistent because this is an example of a syntax error. If I have hours worked, and then I have another variable name, hours underscore worked. Are these the same variable names? No, they're not, right? One is hours worked, while the other is hours underscore worked. Two different variable names. So if this was an actual program, I would get a syntax error. Your syntax error prevents the program from running, right? So your syntax error prevents the program from running. The other question that we're going to do, also a programming question. The pseudocode below will calculate and output the number of participants and the average age of all participants attending the ICT symposium. The algorithm will terminate and display the output when an age of 999 is entered. You probably might be thinking to yourself, 999, but nobody lives that long, right? 999 in this case is your sentinel or your terminating value for your loop. If you look further down in the question and if you look at the question itself where you're going to be filling in the blanks, you're going to be using a while loop. So in our while loop, we have what we call a sentinel value or a terminating value, which is what you would enter to basically terminate the program or terminate your loop rather, right? So complete the following pseudocode by filling in the blank space labeled 1 to 10. another age. And program user friendly. We set average to total divided by count. And as I was saying before, why total divided by count? Remember, I stated earlier, our loop is an indefinite loop, which means that we are not sure how many times the loop will run before the person has decided to enter 999, which is the sentinel or terminating value to stop the program, right? So in order to keep track of the number of times that the loop runs, we add the value count, and it basically accumulates. So every time the program runs or every time the loop runs, 1 is added to count, right? So this will keep track of the number of times that the loop runs, and then we will divide that into total in order to return the average age, right? So again, before we end the loop, we always want to request for a piece of data. And how do we do that? We have to prompt the user again to actually enter another age. And we do that by saying, right, enter another age, or 999 to terminate the program. I know you're looking and you're saying, why we have write down here so and then up here so we have print. It's the same thing. Write, print, it's the same thing. Right? It means the same thing. They're both keywords that represents output, right? Just like read, accept, both keywords that represents input, right? So we have write, enter the age, or 999 to terminate the program. You informing the person that they can enter 999 to terminate the program is actually making your program more user friendly, right? Because the person does not need to spell and guess what they need to enter to stop the program. It was clearly outlined in their prompt. So after you get the data, yes, you're going to read age, right? So we read age. So we've accepted the age, and then once you get that, it's all, every time you get an age, it's tested to see if age is not equal to 999, right? And then remember, every time you get the age, it kicks out whatsoever is stored in age, and then it's going to be added to total, which allows whatsoever is being stored in total to be kicked out and replaced with the new value, right? And then count goes again, and 1 is added to count again, right? So it just keeps building up, it keeps increasing, and then the average is found where we say total is average is equal to total divided by count. Then we prompt for the age again, and we test. So let's say yes, the age has been entered and 999 was entered. That means that okay, I want the program to stop. Then I go write end while, which is to end my while loop. And then I want to output now the number of participants as well as the average participants. So we say write the number of participants are, right? And remember I stated that count was already keeping check of how many times the loop will run, which means that that's the same number of ages that we got. So what am I going to output here? Count, right? Makes sense. All right, so we say the number of participants are, and a close quotation, comma, count. And then we have write, which is the same as print, the average age of participants are, close quotation, comma, and of course average. But our pseudocode is not finished, you know. Remember, every pseudocode has a start and a stop. And that would basically be how you would complete your while loop, your pseudocode to fill in the blanks. So I think that is about it as it relates to problem solving and what we will cover for today. If you have any questions, any shout outs, I hope you send them in the chat, and enjoy the rest of your evening and happy holidays.
Good evening. My name is Rohan Walsh, Principles of Business teacher at Arden High School and also Head of Department for the Business and Technology Department at Arden High School. I also teach entrepreneurship, economics, as well as Principles of Business. Now today we are going to look at production, which is a part of the CSEC syllabus. Production. Now, before I start a lesson, I usually ask students, what's the difference between a need and a want? Why do I ask that? Because as business students, we need to know what is a need and what is a want. A need usually looks at the essentials for survival, such as clothing, food, and shelter, while a want is something that you basically need to improve your life, but is not an essential need, right? So you'll be looking at things like a name brand shirt, or maybe a name brand handbag for the females and so forth. Now, as we look at production, we want to know what is production. And so production looks at the resources that are combined in the production process to create goods and services. Now, when we speak about resources in production, we're actually speaking about the factors of productions, right? Land, labor, capital, enterprise, or entrepreneurship, right? And so the purpose of production is to provide people with what they want, the goods and service that they want, or the goods or services that they need to consume. So let us first take a look at the factors of production. Land, the first one, right? Now, when we speak about land, there is a reward for land, as there is a reward for labor, capital, and enterprise or entrepreneurship, right? Some teachers may call it management as well. Entrepreneurship or enterprise, some teachers may call it management as well, right? Now, when we talk about land, we're talking about the physical land itself, right? That's what we're talking about when we talk about land. We're talking about the earth and on sea, right? So land include the geographical surface area. It also looks at lakes, it looks at seas, it looks at rivers, minerals, and chemicals. Now, the reward for land students is very important, right? We must know the rewards for these things. And so you can skip through your pages or you can look over your notes and you will know what is the reward for land. When we talk about labor, we're talking about people, right? We're talking about the physical and the mental contribution to the creation of goods and services. The physical, what we're talking about are individuals who utilize their skill set, right? So for example, we're talking about construction workers, right? Who will be working on these construction sites and so forth. They're using up their physical labor, right? And then when we speak about mental contribution, we could be talking about teachers, lawyers, right? Teachers who have to make their lesson plans, they have to mark the scripts after giving the test, the unit tests, the exams and so forth. Or lawyers who have to put in a lot of work in preparing for cases. That's the mental contribution that we're talking about. And so it is the factor that converts resource into goods and services that people want, yes? And so labor is oftentimes divided into three groups. The three groups are skilled workers, right? Those persons who are skilled in their field. So we're talking about the engineers and we're talking about the mechanics and all those persons who are skilled laborers, right? And then we talk about our semi-skilled or unskilled persons. The semi-skilled persons are persons who are not yet at the skill level. They may have not yet mastered the trade. So for example, let us use a site worker, right? He's going to work, right, while he is learning the trade. So he's learning the trade from someone who is skilled. And so this person is not yet skilled, so he is semi-skilled. And then we looked at the unskilled person. These are persons who may not have any skill set, right? But they're out there working, contributing to the labor force. And then we have the professional or the managerial persons. These are persons who are highly skilled, well-trained, yes, and these persons are leading in the industries, right? So these are the persons who are leading. So for example, in your own schools, you talk about principals, right? Your principal is a skilled person, would have been in the classroom, would have taught before, but now they are the persons who are in charge of running the school plant on a day-to-day basis, leading from in front. And remember now, when you look back at your internal organizational structure, you know that a manager, some characteristics of a manager or a leader is to motivate, is to lead, and all those things. So these are the persons that we're talking about. It's divided into three: the skilled, the semi-skilled, and the professional or the managerial person, right? Now we talk about, let's stay on labor for a bit, right? The determinants of labor supply, yes? When we speak about the determinants of labor supply, students, we're talking about the quality of the labor force, right? In the labor force, how many skilled persons do we have, right? The labor force needs skilled persons, and if there is a lack of this, it will result in the limit in the supply of the labor force. So if the labor force only have unskilled and semi-skilled persons, then we have a problem, we have a great problem. Also health, the standard of the health of persons who are in the labor force. If we have persons in our labor force who are healthy, right, can work up to the age that they are supposed to work up to, then that is good. But if we have persons who are not healthy, right, not eating properly when they were younger maybe, and so we have a labor force that is very sickly, then we're going to face some problems. So health is not only affected by the living conditions, but also by the working conditions. We want strong persons to be working inside the labor force. And then of course, which is very important, critical to the determinants of the labor supply, is training facilities. Now you would have heard schools and the government and the Ministry of Education speak about there's a shortage of workers, especially skilled workers. And so we have to find places, right, that train persons in the labor force, right, training them. And that is why we have places like Heart Trust, yes, where the skilled persons get their training. That is why we have universities, the National University, University of Technology, and the Regional University, the University of West Indies Mona campus, right, here in Jamaica. So these institutions, and even your schools, even the schools that you're in right now, are training facilities to get out skilled persons into the labor force. All right? Now let us look and let us continue the economic conditions. In some countries, the wages, right, may be sufficient, and thus wives may not be required to work. That is in some cultures and in some countries, right? And of course, we have cultural patterns and religious reasons as well. Now, let us continue and look at factors that influence the quality of labor supply. Factors that influence the quality of labor supply is the quality of education. What is the quality of education that we are getting, right, across the region? Yes, is the quality of education good or is it poor, right? Then we have to look at the training facilities. We have to look at our schools, our institutions, as I said earlier, Heart, universities, and even our high schools, right? The training facilities that are in place. We have to look at the natural talent of our people, right? We have natural talent. And so in many schools, students who attend some of these schools walk in with some natural talent, right? Good at mathematics. So these schools push out good mathematics students. You're good at technical subjects. So when you look at some of our technical institutions, we have students coming out doing the technical subject and they come in with a natural talent. And so teachers are now there to just ensure that we get the best out of you. Health, as we discussed earlier, right? And then self-help and community work. When we do community work and get ourselves involved in these things, it helps the labor, the quality of the labor force that we produce, right? So these are some factors. These 5 things are some factors that influence labor. Now let us look at capital. Very important. Capital is very important. Capital is money and all other assets which are employed in the process of production, which is very interesting, students, because oftentimes we just think of capital as money, just spending money. But capital includes things like building, machinery, equipment, stocks, right? Used in making the items we consume. Yes. And we're going to look at that as we go along. Capital, right? Capital takes 2 basic forms. We have the fixed capital and we have the working capital. The fixed capital is looking at building machines and other equipments with a long life, which are used many times in the production of goods and the creation of further wealth. Now, when we talk about fixed capital and we're looking at buildings and machines and all those things, these are equipments that we use over a long period. So let us go basic, right? We have some machines that we use in the production of items, right? So say for example, we are in the business of water. Yeah, we're producing water. We have some machines that we will use and over a long period of time, 2, 3, 4 years. And what we do is that we have some machines that the machine will help you to cork the bottle. There will be a machine that is there to label the bottle and all those things, right? So that is fixed capital. Working capital is looking at stocks of raw material as well as cash. Yes, that cash that you have in your wallet, that $1,000 bill. Bank balances and other items that are required for the day-to-day operation of the business. That's the working capital. The things that we need, right, to run the day-to-day operation of the business. That is working capital. Now, the final one, factors of production, we're talking about entrepreneur. Some persons may say enterprise, some persons may say entrepreneurship, and there are even some teachers who will say management, yes? Entrepreneurs are those persons, students, who take the risk. They are the ones who organize, they are the ones who coordinate, they are the ones who look to put in the other factors of production, such as land, labor, and capital. These are the risk takers, right? These are the persons who will go out there and start their own businesses, right? These are the persons who are in some cases you can say, these persons are the risk takers who help to build the workforce, because government alone cannot do it. Public sector alone cannot do it. We're going to need persons to do other things. We need entrepreneurs. So the farmers in the communities, right? The dressmakers, these are the risk takers. We're talking about those persons who go out and say that they're going to go into construction, right? And build the homes, build these nice apartments. These are the risk takers that we have. And so these persons are the persons we look at and call the entrepreneurs, right? Now, the entrepreneurs, these are persons who raise capitals, and they raise capital from their own money, from their savings, right? And when we go further on into not establishing a business, sorry, when we talk about finances and we talk about savings and borrowings and all those things, we're saying that the entrepreneurs are individuals who raise money. Then borrow money from the bank, as you know. They borrow money from family, because we looked at that when we looked at establishing a business. I'm sure you did that in class. And so they have to borrow money, but not only borrow, they have to use some of their own personal money, which we call savings, right? That they're going to use to invest into the business. And they also have to organize the various levels of labor required. Now remember earlier we spoke about the three labor can be broken down into skilled, semi-skilled and professionals. And so the entrepreneurs will have to organize the various labor that will be required. We're going to need skilled workers, we're going to need semi-skilled and unskilled workers, and we're definitely going to need the managerial and professional workers. Everybody plays a role in the labor force, right? Every single person plays a role in the labor force. And then to make any change necessary, as the entrepreneur, you will have to make changes as you go along. Remember when we looked at the internal organizational structure, yes? When we look at that, how you set up your organizational chart, as the business expand, yes? Then definitely you will have to make some changes, because, for example, your business started out with your functional areas such as your production, your marketing, your finance, and your HR. But as the business grow, for example, and you want to expand, you may have to now make changes. Bring in somebody who will be responsible for research and development, because you want to expand your company, you must conduct some research, and those research will then push you towards your next project, what you'll be adding to your company or organization. Good. So let us look at what is the difference between production and productivity, which is very important for us to understand. And it's very easy, very, very easy to get this one. Production is the process of combining units of inputs, right, such as man-made human resources, to create outputs, goods and services, capable of satisfying what your consumers want, what humans want and needs. Now, production, simply put, is the units of input to create output, right? The units of input to create output. What are you putting in to create what people want, which is the output, or need, what people want or need, which is the output. So that is production. Units of input to create output. Good, so I hope we have that. Now, input, right, are what a business put into the production process. Yes? Now, for example, let us use the farmer, right? The work that the farmer put in planting and all those things, the crop, right, or rearing the animals, right, is what he would put into the production process. This applies to whatever factor of production the business is using. Whatever factor of production the business is using, whether it's the land, the labor, the capital, right, or even the enterprise or entrepreneurship. And so productivity now, students, is the increase of output from each unit in the production process. So remember, one was the input to get the output. Now that is the production. Now productivity is looking at the increase of that output from each unit into the production process. And of course, productivity can be calculated, and you will see the students, especially as you prepare for your exams in January, May, June, thereabout, or February, May, June, thereabout. The productivity, how it is calculated, it's total output over the number of employees, right? Good. So let us quickly look at ways to increase productivity. How do we increase productivity? First way, increasing productivity is to attracting a supply of labor with the right skills. The first thing is that we need persons who have the right skill set, the labor force. If the labor force within a country, students, lack the commercial, financial, and technical or other skills that they need, then this will limit what they can produce and opportunity for growth. Levels of productivity will be lower and the cost higher as a result. So we need to attract the right skill set. And that is why You hear the Ministry of Education and many ministers, even the government saying that we need the skill set in our society. We need them, we're short on them. And so we have to try and attract the right skills, supply of labor. Then we move to human resource development. We have to educate our population, people who live in our country, right? We have to ensure that they're healthy for the workforce, right? Because once persons are properly educated, have the right skill set, and they're healthy for the workforce, then it therefore means that we will have more productivity. Expanding and improving education and training workers with new and multiple skills will help the workforce productivity. Again, we have to always ensure that we improve education and we have more training facilities for students, right? For persons in our society, because that will improve workforce productivity at all times. Improving the working environment and motivating employees. Very important, right? And you would have looked, or you should remember from previous classes with your teachers, when we speak about leadership, we speak about, and this falls under the internal organizational environment, yes? When we speak about leaders, we speak about the work environment. What is the work environment like, right? If the work environment, students, right, is not encouraging workers, is not motivating workers, there is no incentives in place for workers, then we are going to have a problem, right? So we have to improve the working environment and motivate employees to ensure that, guess what happens? We pay people at good wages, right? The working conditions are good. So when you go to work and you sit on a chair, for example, the chair don't pop down with you, right? The chair is in good condition, right? And then we have to look at the incentives that we give to our workers, right? And remember, not all incentives will be monetary. Some incentives may just be a nice note to say congratulations, keep up the good work. And that is what we need to do by improving the working environment. Ensure that the workers in our organizations feel comfortable. Everything is in place. It is a safe place for them. And also we need to motivate our staff as well. Now, let's continue. So we also have to look at improving the business organization and management skills. Management must be well organized to ensure that all the necessary resources to complete the production task are in place. So when you go to work, things must be in place, right? You can't go to work and you hear that this is not here, this machine need fixing and so forth. What will happen, students, is that we're going to have low productivity if things are not in place. So managers must encourage good relationship between employees and trade unions, or associations, right? Because we can have associations as well. So they have to ensure that there's a good relationship between these persons to provide a safe and comfortable work environment, to encourage workers to increase the output levels, and also to ensure that workers can give suggestions. Remember when you looked at types of leaders, the democratic, the autocratic, and the laissez-faire type of leaders and so forth. Persons feel much better when they are in a democratic space where they can give suggestions, because not all the time management is correct. Sometimes we need to hear from staff members. Remember when we looked at the organizational chart and we look at the functional areas and we draw those nice charts out and we looked at it, you see where persons report to somebody. Everybody report to somebody, and oftentimes we need to give workers that opportunity to give suggestions, because sometimes, right, the suggestions make sense and it push the company or the organization forward. We also have to look at improving land use, right? This can be achieved by bringing unused areas of land into the productive use and change land use from less productive use to more productive use. So the introduction of modern fertilizers, new strains of seeds and better equipment has also helped to increase crop yields per hectare of land. Now for the farmers, we have many lands around Jamaica, right? Some is very good to plant coffee, some is very good to plant yam, some is very good to plant Irish, tomatoes, and all those things. We need to utilize that. So yes, we need more farmers, right? For example, we need more farmers around the country because we have a lot of land that we're not utilizing at this time. And of course, other things are like better use of capital equipment and so on as well. Now, what is the importance of productivity? Productivity increases output, right? If we have a high level of productivity, then more goods will be produced, more items will be there for persons, yes? That is what productivity does. It increases output. High productivity students result in lower cost per unit of output, resulting in high levels of profit. Higher profits for the firm will mean more funds available for expansion, because if a company student is making more profit, more money is coming in, it therefore means that they're going to expand. So where they had one location, they might have 2 or 3 more opening soon, right? And it brings in new business ventures and community support. It may also wish to pass on the benefits of lower cost to the customers or the consumers, right? In the form of lower prices, yes? So that is what productivity, the importance of productivity will do. Now, there is a little homework I placed here as well, where I'm saying that you can look at a research. You can do a research because we're looking at production and look at the natural resources of all the Caribbean region and provide an example of how it is used. For example, using Jamaica, we have bauxite here, right? So look at all the Caribbean islands and look at the resource that they have, right? And you can do a little chart in your books and so forth. You never know, it may be helpful as you prepare for your examination. Now, what is the role of capital in production? That's what we're going to be looking at now. The role of capital in production. Capital can be used to undertake production that labor would not complete in a timely manner, for example, deep sea drilling. And this is in your CXC syllabus. You may see it and say, what are we talking about here? Let me tell you what we're talking about, right? We are looking at capital incentives and labor incentives. Now, the factors of production can be substituted. Yes, it's like playing a football game, a basketball game, a netball game, cricket, yes? Because even cricket have substitution, where if somebody is hurt, yes, the 12 man comes onto the pitch or the field. Now, what we're saying here is that capital, for example, capital and labor can be substituted. So capital incentive and labor incentive is saying that the capital, there are some businesses, students, that need money to run it, to push it. So for example, we can use Flow or Digicel, for example. A lot of investment goes in to these telecommunication companies, right? They have to put a lot of money in there to get the tools and the wires and all the technology that is needed into it. And then you have labor incentive. So we're talking here about the construction field, for example, where we need a lot of manpower. We need a lot of persons, skilled persons, yes, semi-skilled thereabout in the construction area, because this is an area that persons have to work. We have to lay the steel, we have to dig the foundation, we have to use those materials leaving from the quarry, the sand, the gravel, and all those things. So that is people working there a lot in those industries, right? So capital, what is capital? Earlier we spoke about it. It refers to machinery, equipments, tools, buildings, right, that businesses use to produce goods, right? And that is looking at the physical capital. Capital also refers to the financial aspect, financial capital. For example, money that is used to set up and run the business. Remember we spoke about the factors of production, enterprise or entrepreneurship. Those risk takers, the entrepreneur are those risk takers. And so those are the money that is used to set up the business and to run the business. And of course, all businesses need financial capital if they're going to pay for physical capital. Yes? So we're going to need that. And capital may be divided into two categories. Fixed capital, right? Money invested in the business, premises, tools, machineries, right? With long productivity life, as we had mentioned earlier. And we have working capital, money that is used to buy stocks, components for the use of production, and to pay all the other day-to-day affairs of the business. Yes, and if a business is unable to make enough working capital to pay the running costs, then it will not be able to continue to operate. Business is down, closed down. Yes? So the role of capital in production. Capital equipment can make a significant difference to levels of production and the amount of quality of outputs. As well, they can improve the speed at which different tasks can be completed. Right? So capital improve the speed at which different tasks can be completed, improve accuracy, and of course, it will reduce waste. Yes. So looking at some more, the use of more capital intensive methods of production offers the following advantage. Products can be mass produced if the market size is large. Yes, so if the market size is a very large one, then of course we can do mass production. A simple thing like water, bottled water, right? It's a large production. We have many companies doing water, and it's a lot of water, and persons are purchasing them and so forth. Automated production can be continuous, 24 hours a day, every day. Right? So if the production is now automated, it can go 24 hours. Yes, because machines are in place to get that done. Right? Program equipment cannot lose skill or concentration. As a result of this, there is less risk. There is less risk. We will not have much human errors, right? And things will be uniform. The quality may be uniform. Things will be on par. And of course, less labor input is required. What that will do is reducing wages and other employment costs, because now we're going to be having more machineries in place. And so there is not much need for the factor of production labor in this regard. So we don't have much people to pay because the machine can do the work and so forth. Right. So let's move on to the types of production, right? And remember now, students, we're going to be looking now at types of production as well as we're going to be looking at levels of production. Two different things, right? Two different things. Now, the types of production, very simple. The first one is the primary production, yes? Primary production, or some may call it the extractive production. This involves extracting from our natural resources. Yes? Remember now, in the Caribbean, we have a lot of natural resources. Yes? We do, right? And so this primary production is looking at extracting. Examples of primary production, we're talking about mining. In Jamaica, we have bauxite as mining, right? Fishing, and we also have agriculture, yes? Then we have the primary, we have the secondary production. This production, secondary production, type of production, is looking at the construction or manufacturing. Secondary production looks at manufacturing or construction. This is really the second stage of the production, types of production. And it involves converting the raw materials from the primary production right, into finished goods. So here is where now we are putting the thing together, right, converting raw materials into finished goods so that consumers may have, right. We're talking about refinement of oil, we're talking about construction of building. So we use the raw material, yes, we use the raw material, I said raw material, the resources that we have, yes, the sand, the gravel, and all those things that we have. And what we do is we take these now and we build the homes, right, or the apartments or the shopping complex or whatever. We utilize that and so forth. And of course, building the roads just the same, right? And then we have the tertiary production. This is what we call the service production. This is what we call the service production. So this includes all kinds of service industries, such as transportation, communication, and tourism. These can be grouped into direct and commercial services. So now we have the primary types of production, we have the primary, we have the secondary, and we have the tertiary production, right? Those are the types of production, yes? Now, let us move on from the primary. Let us look at the levels of production, yes? So remember, we have the types of production and the levels of production. The levels of production is dependent on the following factors. The levels of production dependent on the following factors. The availability of resources, right, including the availability of land and buildings and machinery, as well as the level of technology, that is the manual labor, right, or automation or computerization. So those are the level of production is dependent on these two things, the availability of the resources and the level of technology. Culture as well, cultural patterns of a country, and the political and economic policies of a country. So what are the cultural patterns? For example, in Jamaica, students, on a Sunday, rice and peas and chicken. Most homes will be having that on a Sunday, right? And then we look at the political and economic policies of a country. What are the policies that are in place within the various countries, right? Now, the first level of production is the subsistence level of production. Right here, students, is where we look at the basic needs of the country, yes? What are the basic needs? So production is done on a survival, is done for survival, but not to improve the way of life. And so the subsistence level is where we're talking about the basic needs, shelter, clothing, yeah, food. That is what we're talking about, subsistence level. And then we look at the domestic level. At this level now, students, everything is produced locally. That is in your country, in the home country. Everything is produced locally. This level does not involve any form of foreign country. Yes? Not at all. No form of foreign country. So there's no products that you're getting. Everything is what you produce in your country. Excess is not available for export. It stays in the country. However, production is adequate to supply for the local demand. So whatever is being produced is for domestic use. It's for us to use in our country. Yes? Right here. That is the domestic level. Now, the next level is, well, before we get to the next level, let us look at both human and natural resources are employed. The whole economy is dependent on what is produced in the country. Then we have the surplus level, right? So we have the subsistence level, which is the first one, right? The domestic level, which is producing for the country. Now we have the surplus level of production, which looks at local demand and for export. So we're supplying for local demand as well as we're sending out our products. So for example, we have Jamaica Boilers, right? They export chicken, yes? We're talking about coffee, for example, as well. We have a lot of coffee up in the Blue Mountains and so forth, but we still export a large sum of coffee to countries like Japan, for example. So large industries can produce large quantities of output to satisfy the local consumption, right, as well as to earn some foreign exchange from exporting these products overseas, right? Right here, you're seeing sugar and banana industries, for example. And then we have the export level. In some countries, businesses produce goods and services almost entirely to export, right? Few, if any, of their products are sold to their own countries. That is in some countries, right? This may be because there is insufficient domestic demand or to avoid competition with other local businesses. So, for example, many Caribbean countries provide tourism and hospitality service primarily for travelers from other countries. Yes? Primarily, that's it. Just to have persons come in from other countries to enjoy what they have to offer. So, before we move on to cottage industry, that is what we talk about when we talk about the levels of production. The types and the levels are totally different. I want you to understand that, students. As you prepare for exam, don't get it twisted. Don't make that mistake if you should see that on your exam script. Now, cottage industry is nothing new to any of us, right? Because when you start to look at business in the early days, we talk about barter, and as barter progressed, we talk about money and all those things as we progress. I'm sure your teacher would have shared with you about cottage industries. These are community-based, household-based businesses, right? So let's get into that real quickly. What is a cottage industry? A cottage industry is a small business that produces goods or service by using simple technology, right? And when we talk about simple technology, we're talking about that tailor in your community who you go by if you have an issue with your trousers. You go by for him to fix it up, right? Might be take it in, take it out, whatever that the reason is that you go there. So that tailor who is operating from his house, yes, that's a cottage industry. That's a small business that use simple technology. This production was traditionally carried on in the home, as I said earlier. Today, these industries may be found in community shops, parish halls, community centers, right? And as we say, in your backyard or your front yard, these are cottage industries, right? Products made by cottage industries are handcraft items, right? We're talking about leather craft, knitted items, you know, making of dolls and all those things, which is done in your home and then sold there, or, you know, persons purchase it from you, and so forth. Food items, such as pastries, people bake, especially now that we're around the Christmas time. A lot of baking is taking places. Persons are baking the Christmas cake, and persons are making their orders, right? So they can go in and pick up whenever they want, jellies and so forth. And we're talking about, as I said earlier, tailoring, personal services, hairdressing, barbering, and all those things. Hairdressing and all those things. Your nail technicians and all those things who may have their business at their home and so forth. Those are some of the products made by cottage industries. All right, characteristics of cottage industries now. We have some characteristics. Their small capital is needed. Not a lot of money is needed to start these business, right? So usually the businesses investment comes from the entrepreneur, right? From their savings, yes? And then the firms use simple tools, as we said earlier, and profits made are usually plugged back into the business, and those profits are usually for the person, the sole trader, the sole proprietor, because cottage industries are usually sole proprietorships, right? One person own the business, right? And you know that as well, what a sole trader is, or what a partnership and all those things. So usually a sole trader, so all profit goes to the person. And if the business don't kick off, don't do well, whatever, then of course you know what the consequences would be for a sole trader. They will lose, right? They will be the one to bear all losses. Right. These are usually, as I said earlier, the sole proprietor, generally home-based, local raw material is used, and the family members are usually the laborers or the persons who work in these cottage industries. What are the importance, students, of cottage industries? They're important because, one, they provide employment. So even though it's maybe in the backyard or the front yard, right, or in the community centers or so forth, it provides employment. 1, 2, 3, 4, it still provides employment. It helps to promote the country, since most of the items, right, may be purchased as souvenirs by foreigners who come in, right? And then it uses local materials, so we're utilizing the materials that we have, right? So those are some of the importance of cottage industries. Small business, let us move quickly to small business and firms, small business, small firms. That's what we're looking at now. So the concept of small business varies from organization to organization, as we know when we looked at establishing a business. I'm sure you'd have looked at establishing a business, and it is relative to the type of business. In describing a small organization, one must consider the amount of capital that is being invested in the company, right? The number of employees that are there, the gross sales, and then of course the land space available. We must consider these things in describing a small business. Again, the amount of money invested, number of persons being employed, right? The gross sales and the land space available. Let us look at some features of small business. Small capital. When we talk about small businesses, we're talking about small amount of money invested in the business, right? Because these are small business, so we don't have to invest a lot of money, small amount of capital. Small sales turnover is a next feature or characteristics. 1 to 20 persons, yes? Employees are employed, 1 to 20, right? And maybe fewer, of course. And in small organization, we use simple technology. For example, in a wholesale, let's use a wholesale, a small community shop or a small community wholesale. We might just use a cash register, right? And that's it. Yes, that too is a technology, right? Or we might just have a deep fridge to put the juice or so forth in, right? And usually small businesses occupy a small space. It's not a big space. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about some features or characteristics of small organizations. Small firms, students, and this is on the production as well, yes, small functions of small organizations, small firms, provide services that the large companies, they're not willing to produce, yes? So you're in your community, for example, and you have your little corner shop where you can go and you can get, for example, let's say you're in your community and you just want, you just want a little, you just want a chicken, yeah? You don't want a whole of chicken, you want a pound of chicken. And you go to your corner shop, right? And you get that. Small organization also create employment. It creates employment. And so these employment can be inside the communities. A wholesale come in, persons can get a job. They don't have to go out of the community, right? So it creates employment and so forth. And it provides personalized savings. Just imagine, students, you're in your communities and you want some small items and you go to Miss Mary's shop, for example, and you go to Miss Mary know you. Miss Mary knows that you're Master Joe's son, right? And so when you go to the shop owner call you by name, those personalized service. And then, for example, let's use this as a next example. You go to this corner shop, but you don't have the money right now. Things are so good, right? You don't have the cash, the capital to spend. You can say, boy, I'm here and I want to trust a few items, yes? And because it is a community, small business, they know you, the shop owner know you, the shop owner will say, okay, take the items on Friday when you get paid, you come and pay, those kind of things, right? And of course it increases national income and economic growth because small businesses or small business do increase output as well. And it helps to redistribution of income because ownership is by locals and profits are usually put back into the business and it improves the standard of living of the owners, right? And it acts as a middleman and thus as a source of information. Example, small organizations are able to give large firms information on the sale of products, right? And that is why in companies, and I go back to the internal organizational structure where we have the R&D unit, right? That functional area, research and development, because that is where they get information from. They go out there and grab information from even the small business operators, right? Advantages of small organizations or small firms, you have a closer communication between the employees, right, and the owner. It is easier to have working relationship, yes, small company, so there's not a lot of persons in there. It's 2 to 20, so, yes, and so you have that relationship with each other. Employees feel a personal involvement in the business, yes, personal involvement in the business. There is more personal contact between the customer and the employees, so that's what, back to the example I use, the shop owner know you, right? The persons who work in the shop know you because it's maybe community based and so forth. And then of course, small companies do give large organization competition. So it increases competition for large firms because you may start out small, but you are growing over time. You're expanding the business, and so it will give competition, right? Good. So let's move on to some disadvantages quickly. Small businesses may find it harder to compete on costs or prices with large organizations. And that is so because they can use their pricing strategies, as you know, the different pricing strategies. They can use the pricing strategies to help, to push out, I would say, the small organizations, for example. And then business may lack expertise in certain areas. Small businesses may lack the expertise that a large organization have. They have more capital, so they can employ more persons who are skilled and are experienced and so forth. And of course, small businesses always struggle from this. This is a big disadvantage. They find it difficult to find money, source, capital, right, from financial institutions. Because your small business, the bank may not give you that money that you may need to expand your business and so forth. All right? Now, let's quickly look at linkage industry. This is one that it's tricky for some students, the linkage industry. Linkage industry is that firm that is connected to another industry, or when one industry depends on the output of another for its own production, right? The output in the market, the output of the one firm is the input in the making of products, right? And so when we talk about linkages, we're talking about how we link, how different industries link up. So we know, students, for example, that we have to make links. So the farmer makes a link, yes? And that link may be to the restaurants, or it may be to the hotels. That is what we would call a forward linkage, yes? Because there is a link, and the hotels and the restaurants depend on the farmer to produce, backward linkage, right? Because they're dependent. So that's where they come together. Yes? So in this case, we're talking about the growing of sugar cane and the processing of the sugar cane into sugar is an example of the product from one firm in the agriculture sector, right? Which is a primary production being the input of another firm, which is a sugar processing, which is a secondary production. So there's a link right there. And as I said earlier, the tourism industry depends on the agriculture sector and the cottage industry for products such as fruits, vegetables, and craft items. Yes? Good. So when one industry or sector produces the raw materials for another, this is referred to as forward linkage, right? When one industry or a sector produces the raw material for another, we're talking about forward industry. The example that I gave earlier, the farmer, the agriculture man, the man who farm is producing to the restaurants or he's producing to the hotels. That's forward linkage, right? Because they're depending on him or her, right? And when an industry is dependent on another industry for raw material, this is known as backward linkage, right? For the raw material. So the industry, you have some guys who have businesses in that they call a quarry. They have their sand, they have their gravel and all those things, yes? The construction industry depend on them, not true? Right, to get those materials. So when an industry is dependent on another industry for the raw material, this is known as backward linkage. Benefits of linkage. Linkage generate income, right? So that farmer man who is sending off his things to the hotels or the restaurants generate income, yes? And then these businesses also generate their own income, right, as well. And there are more opportunities for employment, and of course, linkages provide an outlet for the product in the case of forward linkage. Now, let us quickly look at the internal and external growth of a business real quickly. Let us look at that. This is under production, and this is very important, how business grow internally and externally. Business grow and expand for many reasons. Some of these are they are trying to achieve economics of scale. They wish to make a greater level of profit, because as the business is right now, students, we're making profit, but we see where we can expand and offer more, and we will even earn more profit, right? And they are successful, businesses are successful, and so they want to expand, right, to meet the demand of their product, yes? And then we have, they wish to reduce competition and become market leaders. Oftentimes businesses start out and they have a lot of competition, but they want to be top in the thing. And so that is the reason why they expand, because they want to be leaders and maybe, just maybe, even become a monopoly in the marketplace, right? And we know a monopoly is one person dominating the marketplace, one person or one company dominating in the marketplace, right? They are the shakers within that marketplace. Internal growth, a business may grow because, one, opening other outlets. Two, they employ more workers. Three, increase capital. And four, by working existing plant and machinery harder and pushing towards full capacity. So again, it's to open other outlets, employ more persons, and increase capital. That's how business may grow internally. External growth, no. Maybe by a merger, right? A merger with another company. So you're doing well, your friend is doing well, but it's time to come together, right? Two or more companies come together to join a single organization. That's how you can grow externally, right? And of course, a takeover or acquisition. This is where the company being taken over has not agreed to the two companies joining together. So we don't decide that we're going to join. But what we're saying, you can buy me out. You can take over my thing. That is a takeover or acquisition. And of course, by joint venture, there's a contractual agreement between two or more organizations to share their expertise, investment, and management, right? And you can, when we say contractual agreement, we can take us back to when we looked at contracts, right? Contracts, written, verbal, and all those things, contracts. So that is a good thing that will bring back some memories. And of course, effects of growth on a business. The growth of a business may have an effect in the following ways. Organizational structure. If the business is growing, right, then of course the organizational structure will change a bit. It will expand, so, right? Yes. And then capital, yes, and labor and the use of technology, effects of growth on a business. Capital, labor, and technology, use of technology. Right? Good. With more activities and responsibilities to be carried out, the business must employ more workers. That's a fact. Once the business is expanding students, it therefore means that we need more persons to work. Some of these will be managers, some of these will be supervisors, some of these will be line workers, as you would know from your time looking at the internal organizational structure. However, they will have greater responsibility and authority over employees. Yes? More fixed and working capital will be required, and the business may have to seek other source of financing. As well as sales increase, the business can change from domestic level of production to surplus and export level of production, meaning that they're now moving from the domestic, supply in the domestic market, we're now saying we're going to send some. We have surplus now. We're sending some things overseas so we can make some foreign exchange, right? And expand the business by having market overseas. Business will experience benefit as well as disadvantages from growth. Yes? Now, students, that is it for production. When we talk about production, we're talking about looking at what production is, we're looking at productivity, we're looking at the factors of production, we're also looking at the types and levels of production, we're also looking at cottage industry, yes, those small businesses. We're also looking at small businesses and how we expand these small businesses. So that is production. As you get ready for your exams in February or in May, June, thereabout, I urge you students to have confidence, to read over your notes, to study, to believe in yourself, right, and get yourself prepared. I am certain that you can do it because nothing is impossible once you put your mind to it. Thank you for logging online, YouTube, TikTok, whichever platform it is, to the Principles of Business session today. Again, my name is Rohan Walsh. I am an educator by profession, head of department for the Business and Technology Department at Arden High School. Good evening.
Good evening again, everyone. As we come to the end of day one of our two-day CSEC past paper revision marathon, I want to take a moment to commend each and every one of you for your commitment, focus, and perseverance throughout today's session. Today was a productive and meaningful start. We revisited key concepts, analyzed past paper questions, and strengthened our understanding of how CSEC exams are structured. More importantly, we practiced critical skills such as time management, interpret questions carefully, and applying knowledge accurately. Skills that are essential for success in examination rooms. The level of participation, the thoughtful questions asked, and the willingness to engage with challenging topics all show that you are serious about your goal. Remember, every question attempted and every concept clarified today bring you one step closer to achieving the grades you desire. As you prepare to rest and review this evening, I encourage you to reflect on what you learned today. Identify areas that still need attention and come back tomorrow ready to build on today's progress. Day two will give you another opportunity to sharpen our skills and boost our confidence even further. Once again, thank you for your dedication and hard work today. Get some well-deserved rest, and we look forward to an even more successful day two. Have a pleasant night and see you tomorrow.